Hello again everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the channel. I hope you're well. Thanks for joining us today. Happy Easter as well, of course. We are at Mako Simulations Manchester Airport for a flight across now to Tivat Airport, LYTV. We've got a really nice Pyre Devco scenery that's been out for years for Tivat, but now as of tomorrow we are going to be able to also choose between that and also the new Orbx scenery, which is what we're previewing today. So it's great to have you all here with us. Hopefully the sound and everything is good as well. I've been tweaking my mic settings and things like that to try and change the outputs and get everything particularly smooth for you guys with the new system. It's changed quite considerably the way the sound and everything gets output as well. Badger MG King, David Bartley Zato, Delta Tango 529, MPS Gaming, hello guys, Rab, good afternoon as well, Ian, good evening, Demo Designs, Ashley, hello folks, and everyone else tuning in. We're going to be flying this, the PMDG 737-900ER, and our fantastic Osprey Holidays livery, designed and painted by Demo Designs himself, who is in the chat today. Currently, boarding in progress, we're on the VATSIM network. And Mako Simulations Manchester, we've not actually used this airport scenery for some time now. But it's great to be connecting back in to fly out of the scenery, which we have enjoyed a lot in the past, not too much recently. Doc, welcome. Mike, hello. The mic's quiet still, my goodness. Alex, it's not the APU frustratingly, it's the AI aircraft around us. There's very little I can do about that because it's just the way it's designed is just really quite loud. Let me just tweak a few more settings here, see if I can change stuff up. Interestingly, I've not actually changed any of the game settings. Let me do that anyway. There we go. Hopefully that's a bit better. I've just twiddled a few other things that I can do in the actual stream whilst live. Good afternoon, Jack. Right, what are we doing today? Perfect, good stuff. There we are. That's good to hear. Let's have a look at NAVAR to begin with whilst boarding is in progress. I'm still having to optimise elements of this new system. Those of you know from last week we had the RTX4090 and a complete new build PC installed, were delivered and then set up, replacing the old rig. And because of that, we're still trying to fight some of these little tweaks every live stream. And interestingly, when I do test recordings, it sounds totally fine. But yeah. But also we noticed from last week too, folks, if you're on Microsoft Edge watching this, that does weird stuff to the sound compared to if you're watching on Chrome or the YouTube app. So do take a look at what you're actually watching the stream on too. So, Osprey 180 for our call sign today. We're going to depart stand 25, I think. Push and start Lima, and then we're going to taxi Lima, probably Lima 1 for hold if it's busy through Delta. And then around Kilo Juliet to either Mike or Juliet for runway 23 right. From there, the Sonex 1 Romeo departure is what we're expecting, heading outbound 3 miles from the Manchester VOR and then turning north, climbing up to 5,000 feet via Zermatt and 33 DME Wallasey 2. Hello Hergy, welcome. And that's it. From there, we'll be climbing away over the UK, heading over the channel into, well, just south of Amsterdam, in fact, first, before then heading over German airspace, working our way across Europe, all the way down to Tivat. And we'll go through a few little bits there when we get closer as well about the arrivals and everything else. To give you an idea of how busy it looks at the moment on Valanta, VATSIM's looking pretty busy over the UK at the moment. We zoom out across Europe, that is really, really busy. Various ATC online throughout Europe as well. So we might dip in and out of ATC coverage and in and out of Unicom too. Let's dive in. How's the sound now, folks, as well? Because obviously the noise from outside is gone. We find ourselves in the quiet confines of the flight deck. National Park Geek is Mako Simulations Manchester. Jack, just switch to Chrome in case. It's weird it does that. Jolly good, jolly good. Who's flying today then? I noticed a few Osprey dotted around. And we want to tune to delivery.
Runway 23 right. Your reroute is Samba, November 859 to Honolulu, and then as filed, squawk 4736.
It's Information Hotel at the moment.
So,
that's boarding complete.
QNH1021. 23 right, Samba 1 Romeo departure, and squawk 4736.
Sonic's 1 Romeo is what we're hoping for.
Line 90 Alpha, read back correct.
Have a good day. Number 167 and stand 24, Airbus A320neo with information Golf on board. Request higher for clearance to Copenhagen.
Oh, last station calling, just stand by.
While we're waiting, we'll be departing around 15:15, so we've got about 8 minutes.
Your clearance is to Copenhagen via the Sonics 1 Romeo departure, runway 23 right, squawk 2252.
And again, we are outputting the stream in 2K 60 frames per second, so I hope you guys are loving the extra clarity.
Scandinavian 137, readback is correct. QNH 1021.
Natus Hotel, let's dive in.
1021 QNH,
Manchester delivery, good afternoon. Osprey 180 on stand 25. Boeing 737-900 with information hotel, request clearance to Tivat.
Osprey 180, Manchester delivery, good afternoon.
25.
To Tivat via the Sonics 1 Romeo departure, runway 23 right, squawk 3537.
Cleared Tivat, Sonics 1 Romeo departure, runway 23 right, squawk 3537, Osprey 180.
Osprey 180, readback is correct. And just for your information, there is quite a delay on pushing and starting, which is probably pushing up to about 20 minutes.
Yeah, Wilco, we are fully ready if we can join the queue.
Osprey 180, roger, you're in the queue, and I will get back to you as soon as I can.
Roger, thank you.
Right in.
3537, that's set. 20-minute delays. We've not had this for a while. Danny, so I'm still using, well, I'm not using the old PC currently, but effectively what we're doing is having it on standby. We might end up feeding the stream through that as a streaming PC. Tower 118625.
Currently there's probably pushing on a 20-minute delay for push and start.
Woo!
Yeah, Roger.
118,575.
Roger.
Yeah, it's great to be streaming again, folks.
I've had waiting for push and start. Ground has put a block on me handing over anything at the moment. The ground is very busy, so just hold. You are in the queue. I've got you in line of request. So please don't ask me how long you're going to be. You will be when you will be. Thank you.
625.
Manchester clearance.
So that's the tower frequency set.
Request push and start.
Might actually turn the APU off, you know.
Roger, you're in the queue. As you probably just heard, there is going to be probably at least a 20-minute delay. So you're in the queue. We'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Afternoon, Tim.
Roger, thank you.
Emirates 23 Echo.
Good morning, Fritz.
There is a queue. You're in the queue. It's probably going to be about 20-25 minute delay.
Whoa! The delay's getting even longer.
Manchester delivery, Beeline and Zulu Alpha requesting push and start. Beeline 9 Zulu.
I joined the queue now because we're not actually due to depart for another 10 minutes. So we can see there 9 minutes.
Rush that.
Right,
delivery
in the
to
meantime then,
167,
hopefully the
you
ATC in the
will
background
be
is the
glad
right
at
volume as well, folks.
push and start.
Why do I prefer Boeing over
Subject
Airbus, Fish Guns is
137,
asking?
number
Because it's
14
more
in the
hands-on.
queue.
Like, you
Hold
have
on
to
for that.
actually be a
That
pilot
was
and
it.
fly it, effectively.
And delivery, Chanix Timber Charlie.
And there's a lot more pilot involvement. The Airbus is very much autopilot on, and then it kind of does everything else from takeoff,
Fantastic, cheers.
from just after takeoff all the way back to landing, automatically. This requires a lot more intervention, a lot more decision making from the pilot, and a few other tweaks and things as well. So for flight sim experience, I find this a lot more rewarding. It's harder to learn because of that as well, but you do feel like you get more from it. BDGS at Manchester, oh yeah. It's the it's the GSX Pro for Microsoft Flight Simulator with the custom Manchester Airport profile for GSX installed as well. Okay, so as we were going to discuss sort of performance and weights and things, we're departing today with a gross weight of 73.9 tons, which is really heavy. Zero fuel weight of 62.1 ton, and our reserves of 3.2 there. We're hoping initially, or eventually rather, as we climb up over the channel to reach flight level 390 in cruise, and the transition altitude, sorry, climbing out of Manchester is 6,000 feet. Looking at VAS Airplane Toolbox, we've run the numbers through that to make sure we've got our performance calculations set correctly, and with winds calm at the moment and a temperature of 11 degrees Celsius with a dry runway and 73,534 kilograms takeoff weight, it's calculated flap 5 for departure, and it actually wanted a D rate of takeoff profile 1, 26k with an assumed temperature of 49 degrees. I've tweaked the numbers again, and I've selected a 24k D rate, which reduces the takeoff margin more so to 1148, so 1,148 meters with a takeoff run of 1,900 meters. And our V-speeds, because of that, are this. So flap 5, our trim is set 6.07, I might do that now. .07, and yeah, V1 at 150 knots. V rotate 151 knots, and V2 158 knots, which would then give a V2 plus 10 of 168 knots, which we have in the MCP speed panel there. Auto brake set RTO. We've got the APU on. If we are still sort of sitting here in 5 minutes or so, then I will...
All stations, Manchester delivery. I've just been informed by ground that there's going to be at least a 15-minute delay before the next aircraft is handed over to ground. So anybody who's quite far down the queue, you're probably looking at about 30 minutes realistically. It's very busy at Manchester. There are currently 8 aircraft awaiting departure at the runway hold, and
they need to get 2 departures on, but to get runway 23 left active. What we'll do is we'll have a little tour of the airport as well and see what's going on.
Ryanair 266, do you know which queue am I in the queue?
Ryanair 266, you've not requested push and start, so you're not in the queue at all yet.
Oh, well, I'm requesting push and start, and like I said, yes, I'm expecting the queue.
Ryanair 266, roger, you are now in the queue.
Ah, good, Ryanair 266.
Let's have a look. So, Brits are saying, seeing that we have some time, could you show peeps where to double check the figures for landing weights and so on for the overweight landing? So, overweight landings...
Osprey 1155, Manchester delivery, good afternoon, readability is 5.
In New Sky comes with a very significant penalty attached to it. So we have to be careful when we're planning our routes with Osprey Airways through New Sky to make sure our weights are in balance and also within the limits of the airframe for both takeoff and landing as well. If we, let's see, hopefully this will pop up for you guys. There we go. What you want to look for when you're planning your flight plan is this kind of weights section here. And you want to make sure that you are within all the limits. So you can see a max field and an estimated field. Zero fuel weight estimated for us today is 62.1 tons. And a max zero fuel weight is 67.7. If we look 2 fields down, you can see there that the maximum takeoff weight is 78.9 tons, and our takeoff weight today is predicted to be 73.5, so that's again within limits. And then you also have to think about where you're flying to, the capabilities of the airport you're arriving at, and the weather there. Simbury thankfully does a lot of the calculations for you in a way without you having to worry about all this sort of stuff too much, but just check again your estimate and max weights for the LAW, the landing weight. So we're estimated to reach Tivat weighing 66,000 kilograms, 66 tons, with a maximum weight of 71.4. So hopefully that helps, and the penalties for delays MPS Gaming shouldn't be too bad, I'd like to think. A lot of this can't be helped, of course, but you know, it is what it is. Part of the game, isn't it? It's part of the sim world. Didn't take long for him to get timed out, whoever that is. Right, let's have a look at this queue. So they've said there's a huge delay on departures. We can see a whole load of aeroplanes here in the cul-de-sac all waiting to push and start like we are. A number of Osprey there. We can see Ryanair, Emirates, Osprey Airways holidays, Jet2 holidays, Brussels Airlines, Ryanair, Turkish, a couple more Ryanair and 3 more Osprey there. And then over on the far side in the 50s, the stand 50s, 2 more Ospreys and then 2 plain white aircraft. There are also a number of aeroplanes waiting on 23 right for departure too. Virgin Atlantic A330 there, which is pretty cool. What we could do is zip this up, stand by, and we can go to the pub. Let's grab a quick drink before we depart to Tivat. Apparently it makes you fly smoother. Everything's a blur. It's the first time exploring Mako Simulations Manchester in 4K as well, actually, at least on my system, and it's really quite nice. There we are.
155 Manchester delivery message.
Hello Ed, welcome. Absolutely, Edge of Fanani. Doc says also while you're delayed here,
Manchester delivery, were you trying to contact me?
Can you go and check if the scenery includes the Manchester Airport railway station? So it doesn't. The rail lines are there, I think, but that's it. The station isn't there. It was one of the things that Mako Simulations, I think, was meant to add into the scenery, but hasn't. Development and the updates from their products is kind of dried up, which is a bit of a shame. I reckon we could probably poke the camera.
Right at 26 batteries, do you want me to switch the ground or should I stay here for delivery just for any more information?
Well, let's go and have a little look anyway, Doc, just in case.
Right at 226, sorry, just speaking to ground there. Just pass that last message again.
Do you want us to stay for delivery?
I'll try, Hergy.
Any information?
Someone else is asking if we can go to Taiwan at some point, of course.
Right now, 266, if you stay with me on delivery, I will hand you over to ground when he's ready for more aircraft. It's just bedlam at the moment, so there's no signs for the next few minutes of anybody being handed over to ground, so just stay with me.
Manchester's been to that pub, pretty cool seeing all the aircraft. So I think it's this kind of rail link here, unless it's a walkway. We'll go and have a look at the Terminal 2 section and the Radisson Blue Hotel. Sake says the white 737 is weird, it doesn't show. Depends what call sign you're using, Sake, to be honest. If you're not using a valid call sign that FSLTL or AIG can recognise, or Osprey, then it kind of doesn't load anything up, sadly. But yeah, this is a kind of walkway link between the two. I'm pretty sure this is meant to be the train station here, and it was meant to be included in the Mako simulation scenery. Through updates at some point, but then it never came. But the Radisson Blue and everything looks really good as well, and it's still a lovely scenery. Just missing a few little bits. Hello Bacon Sarni, welcome, thanks buddy. Terminal 2.
You're in the queue, just hold position and stay on my frequency.
If I knew it was this busy, I would have tuned in earlier and got me clearance and joined the queue a bit earlier. Yeah, this is a little bit
23 Echo, you're already in
bare.
the queue. You're number 10 in the queue currently.
Yeah, a little bit bare at the moment, which is a shame. Yeah. Terminal 2. Looking a little bit sorry for itself. That's weird. Let's see where the fence line goes to here. Just noticed this.
Manchester delivery, Oscar 784. Possible to get 2 minutes out of traffic?
Yeah, definitely needs an update there. There's a little bus station. It's such a lovely scenery. I've really enjoyed Manchester throughout, ever since it was released. Over a year and a bit ago now, over a year and a half I think, Mako Simulations released this airport scenery.
Sorry, just coordinating with ground. Just pass message again.
And it is awesome, it's really
I
nice.
just wanted to know if I can take a 2 minutes out of
But
traffic.
there are glaring issues.
784, I'm sure that's fine. Just report when you're back.
We'll report when back. Thank you.
Today as well folks, we're using DirectX 12 for the first time live for the whole flight with frame generation enabled and TAA. DirectX 12 of course is in beta.
Manchester delivery gate Turkish 1995 with you, gate 43.
It's a great price, $9.99.
900 ER with information total
Aruzi Gaming says he was never that optimistic about Mako Simulations Manchester. It's a shame. I mean, look at that. It is stunning. It just needs a slight update. What's that called, Alex? I've no idea. What are you on about?
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh, frame generation. Map check is wet. Basically, AI helps add a frame in the middle to double the frame rates you get. So you can still run the sim in 4K. Have you done a test sector with it? I've just ordered the same rig as you, Tim says. No, I haven't actually. So we're just jumping into it live, really, just to see. That'd be epic, ABSIM, actually, to be honest. But then, you know, also Birmingham, Mako Simulations Birmingham needs fixing. The airport scenery, Mako Simulations Manchester, Alex. You can find it on Contrail, so if you head to the link in the description, oh sorry, in the live chat. There we are. Put the command in, it should trigger the link. You click that, you can find Mako Simulations Manchester and Birmingham, which is also quite, well, it's quite nice, but needs a heck of an update and it needs finishing for less than £10 each.
Manchester delivery will be away for about 1 minute. I need a toilet break. I've been here 3 hours. So just any aircraft, just inform them. I'll be back. I'll report back.
I think it's for 10 quid. The scenery is pretty good still, even if a few things need kind of fixing and fiddling.
Orbx 784, Manchester delivery.
Manchester delivery, go ahead.
Orbx 784, you can contact ground now, 121.850.
There's the first one handed over.
121.850. Thank you very much and have a good day. Oscar 784.
Bye-bye.
Turkish 1995, do you reckon you could get
See you,
me
Fritz.
a
Have a good one.
block time?
Turkish 1995, you're not in the queue yet.
Minimum takeoff fuel 114.
13 in the queue,
6.
so you're looking at probably about 20 minutes.
Roger, Turkish 1995.
And Turkish 1995, if you're going to be ready for push and start shortly, I'll probably put your request in now and you can join the queue.
Roger that, yeah, we are fully ready, Turkish 1995.
Turkish 1995, Roger, stay on my frequency, are you in the queue, number 14?
Roger, number 14, thank you. Turkish
Floating Osprey, that's the Flabberwire A32NX.
And delivery is now going to the toilet, so just stand by for 30 seconds.
Nobody wants an accident live whilst controlling. Mike, have a good one. Rab says, glad I left early. Yes, Doc, that is the issue with their AI model, I'm afraid. With Flybywires A32NX, it does some weird stuff now when it renders in. Looks pretty cool. Ashton, very nice. Took off from Orlando in a 747 for today's flight. Happy Friday to you. We do love to queue, AJ Finani. Yeah, you are correct. Living the Dream says that he's at stand 53 in the Eurovision 738. Nice stuff. Yeah, I think it generated you as one of the other Osprey liveries. It kind of randomly selects what it's going to use effectively, so. But we can see that you are in an Osprey livery nonetheless. It's about, when we get airborne, it's about 3 hours flight time for this today. And then also tomorrow we need to be working away at sorting out the next live stream, which is going to be Hong Kong.
Delivery is back on frequency.
Hong Kong to Tokyo Haneda. Not sure what aircraft we're going to fly yet. Probably the 737 again, because it is trusty.
Delivery comes at 15 Echo Charlie, type 4737-800, looking for the IFRs to Gatwick.
Sunjet 15 Echo Charlie, Manchester delivery, good afternoon. No flight plan yet, I'm afraid.
Oof.
Okay, stand by, let me check it out. Should be it.
Seabird 132, Manchester delivery.
Manchester deliveries, what did you read?
Seabird 132, contact ground now, 121.850, bye-bye.
121.850.
Res, make sure you've got your POS lights on whenever there's power to the aircraft and the nav lights. Failing that, where again strobes will be when you actively enter the runway, but make sure you don't flick it across really fast. You want to make sure you've kind of clicked it intentionally into strobe and steady for the POS lights to activate the strobes.
35, it'll be about 3 minutes before I can hand you over to the standby.
Alright, thank you, 3 minutes.
TV Rubers, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing, buddy.
Pioneer, or sorry, Sunset 15 Echo Charlie, we just replied.
Sunjet 15 Echo Charlie, Roger, don't see flight plan yet, just make sure you've
Kukweti, hello. We haven't even pushed back yet. We haven't started the flight.
Double check again.
No, Birdman.
Echo Golf
Sadly
Charlie,
not.
Charlie,
E-Hawk, hello.
Common sticks, put Echo Golf Charlie, I think.
Yeah, that Echo Golf Charlie.
Jack saying hats off to the controllers. Kept my name on the list the other day.
Doing it on the website.
Not sure how long it's been, about
Yeah,
5 months. Is that for controller training? Rubers is at EGCC as well, stand 7. Where are you flying to today? In the queue, I hope.
Delivery, good afternoon, Jack
163, Airbus A320neo at stand 57 Hotel, requesting IFR clearance to Tivat.
Chinnex 1263, I'm afraid no flight plan for you yet. Just try refiling.
Copy that, Chinnex.
Graham, yeah, Asobo's got a handcrafted Haneda. There is a few other bits, like a Haneda enhancement mod, which is available on flightsim.to, which makes the Asobo Haneda that little bit better.
Sunjet 15 Echo Charlie, just stand by. I'll see if I can find your flight plan somewhere and just see if there's an issue with it. Stand by.
Raquel, welcome. Happy Easter. Aldrew, good afternoon as well. This, well, the only scenery you can buy for MSFS for Manchester is Mako Simulations, which is what we have today. £9.99 via Contrail, worth checking out. Certainly is very nice scenery. Just needs a few tweaks and updates and things as well. DH says, can you watch Virgin depart?
15 Echo Charlie.
Probably already gone, isn't it? Oh no, there we go.
I can see you filed a flight. Well, I can see you logged in on VATSIM, but you've no flight plan even loaded on VATSIM. There's no destination or aircraft type. Just try doing it again with a different call sign. Just create a new flight plan with a new
That's
call
it.
sign.
Make sure you hit like and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Away goes the Virgin Atlantic A330.
Sunjet 15 Echo Charlie, I'll do your flight plan now. Just stand by. Break. Ryanair 635, you can contact ground now. 128 121, decimal 850. Bye bye.
121, decimal 850. Thank you.
Woof. No idea if he's crashed or not. Oh, just airborne.
Sunjet 15 Echo Charlie, Roger, just stand by.
The queue doesn't seem that mega. The problem is, you then have to also think about the congestion elsewhere.
Flight level 170 or correction, yeah, 150 or 170.
There goes one of the Ospreys. First one heading out.
Yes, either flight.
Jet 15 Echo Charlie, Roger, I've amended it. Flight level 170 is your final cruise. Your clearance is to Gatwick, Samba 1, Romeo departure, squawk 6220.
Okay, our cruising altitude is going to be 17,000 clear to Gatwick, 5 Samba 1 Romeo departure, squawking 6220.
Ron, how's that?
Jet 15 Echo Charlie, reback is correct. Current information is Hotel QNH 1021.
Ed, I'd probably say no. If you're happy with your 3070, keep it, unless you're going to end up buying a new computer entirely, because the 4090 for me, I've ended up getting an entire new rig, so I've got an AMD Ryzen 9 7900X CPU along with a load of DDR5 RAM and everything else as well, so it's properly rapid as a system, but it's a whole new rig designed to work with each other, all the latest stuff.
Manchester delivery, Roger, I do have your flight plan ready for your clearance.
But if you're happy with the 3070, Ed, hold on to it, enjoy it still, use it, until you need to buy a new computer in the future, because DDR5 and everything's all coming in. All of the latest tech's coming in, which is great, but incredibly expensive. So, you know, in the next 2 years, perhaps you might find yourself ready to buy a new PC. That will be then the time to probably look at the RTX 5090 or 6090 or whatever we're at then.
1263, we're back correct. QNH 1021, report ready for push and start.
Off he goes. And yeah, the 4070 Ti isn't that impressive for an upgrade spec. If you're going to go big, go for the 4090.
Off
he goes.
Roger, stand by, number 1. Break. Osprey 48 Tango Golf, contact ground 121850, bye-bye.
Where was he?
18.7, thank you for the ATC.
Where was Osprey 48 Tango Golf in relation to our part in the queue? Do we know?
PG7 Golf Hotel, Manchester, very good afternoon. Clearances to Tivat via the Sonics 1, Romeo departure, runway 23 right.
So the whole system in the end was £3,750.
PG7 Golf Hotel, read back correct.
Ryder 266 requesting out a copy for 5 minutes.
Last station, just stand by. Ryder 266, sorry, pass message.
Requesting just out of copy for 5 minutes.
Just say again, your comms are very quiet, readability is about 1.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now, well?
Caesar, hello.
Yeah, that's better.
If you're tuning in and wondering what's happening, Manchester's very busy.
Ryder 266, no problem at all, just let me know.
And the controllers are maxed out because of that. There are ground delays. We're being held on the ground. We are 20 minutes late for departure already.
8 stand 10, ready for push and start.
Been live for 40 minutes almost.
608, Roger, there is a queue, just stand by, and you could expect a delay of probably about
Rab
15
crashed the
minutes.
desktop, that's not good. What happened?
Roger, hold position, scanning 4608.
Seabird 7831, you're currently number 9 in the queue. Osprey 2472, you can contact ground now 121850, bye-bye.
121850, Osprey 2472.
Cam, 3,750 quid.
It is, have a great weekend, bye-bye.
Cheers, man. Delivery Beeline 90 Alpha. Can you tell me what my place is in the queue for pushback?
Which is exactly what he said not to do.
Zulu Alpha, Roger, you are next, so it'll be about a minute. Thank you. It's currently going to be a minute between each handover. Osprey 1155, were you trying to contact me?
Blighter, we were running at 60 frames per second in 4K with DirectX 12 and frame generation. Actually, I stand corrected now, it's dropped to 52. I've got the
Osprey
cap.
1155, if you're trying to contact me or you're just pressing your button by accident, I'm not hearing any voice.
I've got the cap set to 60, so it gets to 60 and won't go beyond that because we don't need to chase frames. It's not like an active shooter kind of game thing where you need every frame for that critical shot.
Beeline 90 Alpha, you can contact ground now 121.850, bye-bye.
I feel like we're almost going to be there. 117. Just want to look at our minimum takeoff fuels.
Manchester,
As long as we depart with 11,466 kilos of fuel, the takeoff,
there is approximately 15 minute delay to stay on my frequency.
Then we should be okay.
Copy that on the squawk and the delay, Chanex 1263.
Chanex 8 Charlie Kilo, just wondering if we got our clearance ready, if not, it's grand.
That's all set, that's all set. We can't go anywhere.
Charlie Kilo, my apologies. Your clearance is to Tivat via the Samba 1 Romeo departure, runway 23 right, squawk 7670.
I just confirmed that was cleared to Rome by the Samba 1 Romeo departure, runway 23 right, squawk 6770, Chanex 8 Charlie Kilo.
Chanex 8 Charlie Kilo, that is correct. I've got Tivat on the brain. Everybody's going to Tivat apart from you. So that is, readback is correct. Current information is hotel QNH 1021. Approximately probably a 20-minute delay for you for pushback.
It'll be 20-minute delay and no problem at all. Chanex 8 Charlie Kilo.
And Chanex 8 Charlie Kilo, you're not in the queue until you've asked for pushback. So if you're ready for a pushback request now, let me know.
Yeah, we're ready for push 8 Charlie Kilo.
Roger, I'll get you in the queue.
Delta Tango, yeah, GSX Pro is great. You do, of course, need to make sure that you've got custom profiles and things
Osprey
installed.
180, you can contact ground now, 121850. Have a great flight, bye-bye.
Contact ground 121850 Osprey 180. Thanks for the ATC as well, appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too, bye-bye.
See ya.
Papa, hold short taxiway Kilo.
118625.
Delta Papa, hold short of Kilo, Osprey 48 Tango Golf.
Manchester ground, hello, Osprey 180. Happy Easter, stand 25, request push start.
Osprey 180, roger, hold position, expect push within the next 60 seconds.
Wilco, hold position, Osprey 180.
Beeline 9 Zulu Alpha, stand 7, push and start approved, face south.
Push and start approved, facing south. Beeline
GSX.
2 Alpha.
Prep of pushback and departure, Mike, welcome.
Manchester grind.
Okay.
2 stand 53, looking for push and start.
Osprey 9002, roger, number
Altimeter
2 for
set,
push,
transponder
expect,
set.
2 minute delay.
Ground equipment's clear.
Understood.
MCPs are set, flight directors are on. Anti-collision lights on, fuel pumps on, set as required, so all of them are on. We've got 3.9 tonnes of fuel in the centre tank, so all of the pumps are on and we've checked. Packs will go off in a moment once we get clearance to push and start. Well, I've already put the probe heat on.
Departure check completed.
And we will wait for startup clearance from there. So we are as ready as we can be now. Controllers are doing an amazing job. They're doing a really good job.
Osprey 180, stand 25, push and start approved, face west.
Push start approved, face west, Osprey 180.
Manchester Grand, good afternoon, Osprey 598, request push and start.
Mocking deer.
Here we go.
Osprey 598, number 2 for push, expect about a minute and a half delay.
Roger.
Lighter, yeah, we flew into Heathrow on our last live stream, so do check that out. Towards the end, actually, if you go to the end of the last live stream into Heathrow, you will find that we actually tweaked a lot of settings as well. Nose.
Osprey 9002,
Left.
stand 53, push and start approved onto Golf facing west.
Pushing and starting approved on Golf facing west, Osprey 9.
Everything gaming, we're in the 737-900. Engine
Osprey 48,
mode
Tango
ignition
Golf,
ground.
Continue taxi via Papa Kilo Juliet for holding point Juliet.
Race pond up to 60 frames per second, then it's capped. So we're trying to run the sim at 4K 60.
Kilo Juliet 1, Osprey 48 Tango Golf.
Throw the fuel in.
97 strong, good afternoon, Emirates 23 Echo, extend 12, ready for push.
Here we go.
Emirates 23 Echo, roger, hold position, expect 90-second delay.
No, this is the VATSIM network, everything gaming. It's basically, if you're looking for ultra realism, that's what this is. We all try and work together, controllers and pilots, to replicate real world scenarios, real world flying, real world operations.
Easy to Golf Charlie, welcome to Manchester. Taxi via Alpha Bravo, hold short taxiway Papa.
Oh, I know, crazy, right?
1-1.
We're going to aim to try and get a bit of time back through our cruise if we can. Let's see.
And was that Osprey 2472 for taxi?
Hey, Osprey 2472, fully ready.
Yeah, everything gaming. So
Osprey
basically,
2472,
go to the website,
holding point Juliet 1,
britishAvGeek.com/VATSIM, and check out all of my tutorials to help you get started. Ashton, yeah, multiplayer server, you could use the in-game ATC, but it's a lot more casual. There's nowhere near any of the kind of immersion that you get with it.
So say again for Osprey 2472 is what?
Osprey 2472, taxi holding point Juliet 1 via Fox.
Pretty much product. Yeah.
Taxi to holding point Juliet 1 by Foxtrot Kilo and Juliet, Osprey 2472.
So as we mentioned, flat 5 for departure.
Beeline and as a Alpha, ready for taxi.
While he's unlocking the gear, we're going to go
Beeline
flat
9
5.
Alpha, taxi
Gen 1.
holding point Juliet 1
Check
via
power.
Foxtrot, Kilo and Juliet.
That's looking
Juliet
good.
1 via Foxtrot, Kilo, Juliet,
Pro-heat, everything's on.
Juliet,
Windshield heat's on. Voice recorder's been flicked across to automatic. We're going to turn the AP bleed off. Engine bleeds on. Packs on to automatic. Isolation valve automatic. Reset. Fan set auto. Pressurization panel, landing elevation panel is set. Seatbelt signs, lights and signs are all set as required. APU's able to be turned off now. System page.
Number 4, expect 2-minute delay.
Turn right.
Too much, Charlie. Roger.
All the way left. Let's get our taxi clearance. All the way back. And all the way forwards. Osprey 180, request taxi.
Osprey
Rudders.
180 via Lima Delta Papa, hold short, taxiway Lima.
Well, Lima Delta Papa, hold short, taxiway Lima, Osprey 180. Lima Delta Papa. I understand what he means. So we've done all our control
Osprey
checks.
598.
Engine T's P's look good. We're going to go LNAV, VNAV,
Osprey 598.
auto throttle. And we're going to check the warnings.
Face south.
11355.
Easy to Charlie Golf. Correction to Golf Charlie. Continue taxi via Bravo Juliet Foxtrot stand 11.
Go to the Bravo Juliet
232.
111 to Golf Charlie. Much appreciated.
Ryanair 266, hello, stand 1, requesting mission start.
Ryanair 266, roger, hold position, 90-second delay.
Infinity Flight Man, that's great to
Roger,
hear as well. Really good to hear all of these are still useful for you guys. All of the tutorials on the channel, they're not designed to kind of go into massive amounts of detail, but it's designed to give you everything you need to know, to cover all the basics, with a bit of context, to then be able to kind of work out how to do everything you need to do in whatever flight scenario you find yourself in.
Osprey 2472, monitor the tower, 118.625.
So, there's a key word, monitor. So that just means you switch the frequency.
Beeline 9 Zulu
That was a weird
Alpha,
stutter, did you see that?
118.65.
118.625, Beeline 9 Zulu Alpha, text.
So monitor means you change frequency, but you don't call them up.
24, push and start approved.
Push start approved, Scandinavian 127.
Instead, you basically just wait for them to contact you. It's one of the rules that they have at Heathrow as well in real life. They'll just say monitor tower.
Osprey 180, continue taxi via Papa Kilo Juliet, holding point Juliet 1.
Continue taxi Papa Kilo Juliet, hold point Juliet 1, Osprey 180.
Manchester ground, Osprey 9002 on Golf, ready taxi.
Feel like we're going to be taking a lot of screenshots today.
Osprey
I wish everything gamer. Tom sees how many frames do we have at the moment. 44 frames per second in 40. You know what? No, 52. 52. In 4K. Papa Kilo Juliet.
We have pushing back traffic in front of us.
Looking right for any traffic.
You've taken the wrong taxiway. It should have been the one on your left-hand side. Just move into stand 44 on your right if you want.
Roger, I believe you instructed us to take Juliet Foxes anyway, so we'll take gate 44. Thank you.
Round we go. That EasyJet went wrong.
Osprey 1155, are you with me?
Who's Osprey 1155?
Osprey 180, continue taxi Kilo Juliet, hold at Juliet 4 please.
Continue taxi Juliet, hold Juliet 4, Osprey 180.
Turkish 1995 Manchester ground.
Who's Osprey? Who's that Osprey flight that they're trying to contact? Does anyone know?
Roger, stand by, break. Turkish Sorry, correction. Osprey 1155, are you with me?
Who's Osprey 1155?
They seem to be doing their own thing.
They do, they're getting a wallop.
I'm trying to get in touch with them as well.
That's right in front of me.
Whoever that is, they're going to get banned from the network, sadly, I think, by the sounds of it. They're not working with ATC.
Yep, roger, hold position. We've got the unidentified aircraft messing everything up.
Ah, why is it one of our lot?
That's weapon 75, isn't it?
Manchester ground, good afternoon, Scandinavian 4608, stand 10.
Yeah, they've been walloped. 1155.
Roger, number 5, stand by.
We've got Andy watching. Osprey 1155.
3 Echo, ready for pushback.
Sunjet 15 Echo Charlie, out cockpit.
I've just tried to message him.
Osprey 180,
Chat.
continue taxi Juliet 1 via Juliet.
Juliet Bond via Juliet, and I'm trying to contact the other aircraft as well. Sorry about that.
Osprey 9002, continue taxi Golf Hotel, hold short taxiway Juliet.
Continue taxi Hotel, hold short Juliet Osprey 9002.
It's embarrassing for me as well. They're representing the channel's airline, the virtual airline.
23 Echo, stand 12, push and
It's never
start.
good.
Approved, long push onto Charlie if you can.
That's the thing, Jonas, because he knows it's busy, but whoever it is, they've kind of pushed and taxied, and it, you know, they're not. But they haven't even used text.
Scandinavian 137.
That's the thing.
taxi
So
via Romeo,
they've made
November
no
Charlie,
attempts to contact
Echo,
ATC,
Delta,
which is a shame.
Papa
And actually, they're not
Hold
responding to me either.
Taxiing Romeo, November
You can't
Charlie,
use
Echo,
VATSIM as a
Delta,
multiplayer
Papa,
network
responding
to
to
kind of
Papa
generate
Falcon,
traffic around you. That's not the purpose of VATSIM.
Ground Osprey 598, request taxi.
Osprey 155. Barrick, yeah, we're using
598,
FSLTL.
Taxi holding points Juliet 4 via Bravo and Juliet.
Taxi to hold Juliet 4 via Bravo Juliet. Osprey 598.
Mikhail, we do have rules for flying events. They're the VATSIM code of conduct and the VATSIM rules.
Ryanair 266, should we
Right,
go
anyway,
to
I've
Highgate
ignored
or,
the aircraft, so
yeah,
I've basically just made him disappear.
Roger, hold position.
Hammer down, hello.
All stations, stand by. Controller changeover in progress.
Automatic ignition, so we don't need to worry about those. Taxi lights are on. Hey, Dave Leg Media, great to have you on board. Welcome. Barrick, nothing really. Just a different network, but the same principles.
Ryanair 266, stand 1, push start approved, face north, Juliet Echo.
Stand 1, push start approved, face north, Juliet Echo, Ryanair 266.
Hello, Lazarus, welcome.
Channel X2 Mike Charlie stand 9, push and start approved face north.
Push approved facing north, Channel X2 Mike Charlie.
Ryanair 266, just caution there's a Jet 2 737-800 pushing north also.
This is VATSIM, Anna.
23 stands to your left hand side.
Yeah, they're in sight, Ryanair 266.
Scandinavian 4608, stand 10, request push and start, please.
Scandinavian 4608, stand 10, push and start approved face south.
Push start approved facing south, Scandinavian 4608.
An Osprey 180, ready, Juliet 1.
Push start.
Turkish 1995, just got traffic right behind you, short delay.
Roger that, Turkish 1995.
Osprey 180, Juliet 1.
Osprey 9002, Hotel 2.
I've changed, there we go. 118575. Manchester Tower, hello, Osprey 180, sorry wasn't handed over, Juliet 1 ready for departure.
Osprey 180, roger, hold position please.
All position, Osprey 180.
Beeline 9, Zulu Alpha, contact radar 118.575, bye-bye.
118.575, Beeline 9, Zulu Alpha.
Fuel flow reset rate 11.5. So we are just above minimum takeoff fuel now. Go traffic mode on. Terrain on. TCAS TARA. 118575 for radar after departure and flaps 5 with a toga 2.
Yeah, Osprey 180, we've got no contact at all with the guy in front of you. We've been trying to contact me, send him in messages and everything. So it's been walloped, but we've had no reply yet. So whole position, we're just trying to get it sorted.
Yeah, well, I have ignored him on my side, and I've also tried to contact him, so he's basically deleted from in front of me, if that helps.
Yeah, the problem we've got is that he's obviously going to be onto his fourth controller now, and nobody's got any contact with him, and he's just messing everything up for everybody.
Yeah, sorry, we are trying to get in touch with him our end as well.
Yeah, roger, no point. We've been trying ever since about 45 minutes. And the wallops haven't been answered, so what do you do?
I don't even know.
We're going to hold you at Juliet 1. We've got a couple of inbound one inbound aircraft. He's at 7 miles. We're going to change controllers in the meantime, so just bear with us, please.
Okay.
Give us time to get rid of that idiot as well.
Yeah, sorry.
Tower, easy 246 X-ray.
I don't even know what to say.
Continue approach number 1.
Continue approach number 1.
You know what? I can't hate. I can't stress how frustrating that is when somebody is mucking it up for everybody else.
Osprey 1155, contact radar 118.575. Easy 246 X-ray, surface winds are variable at 3 knots, runway 23 right, clear to land.
23 right, clear to land, easy 246 X-ray.
Manchester target afternoon, Osprey 9002, holding short roaming.
Fish guns, no, sadly not. I've just sent my own dot wallop. Shouldn't have to do that. I don't want to do that stuff. Okay, here goes, we got one inbound here. Osprey 1155, whoever you are, please contact the controllers. And if you're going to muck around, use a different airline. Please don't use another airline. Like, yeah, you get it. We can, Ian, yeah. I think we're just going to... I'm going to find out who it is.
Behind the landing EasyJet Air325, Juliet 1, line up runway 23 right behind.
Find the landing EasyJet aircraft, line up and wait 23 right behind, Osprey 10. They're not even on New Sky. Brilliant.
Tower, good afternoon, Osprey 598, hold mic 1.
Adam, so I've actually just ignored him, so which means it deletes off my sim entirely, because I don't want to give the guy any time if he's messing everyone else up. So he's basically been deleted from my side, so I can't even see him. I'm not sure, Mikhail, actually. No, that's Andrew B. is Andrew Barkham, I think. Different guy.
Easy 246 X-ray, welcome to Manchester. Taxi only point Alpha 4, contact ground 121.850.
1 point Alpha.
I'm not sure. We're going to have to work it out anyway, aren't we? It's,
Osprey 180, winds variable at 3 knots, runway 23 right, clear for takeoff.
Cliff takeoff 23 right, Osprey 180. Sorry about the other guy as well.
Osprey 9002, behind company traffic via Mike 1, line up runway 23 right behind.
40%.
Behind company traffic, line up and wait 2.
Control visualizer. Stick forward, Toga.
Target A is going to have an 137 with you.
Cross set.
137, good evening, watch out.
Through 80 knots. Easing the pressure on the nose wheel. We're going to use about 2/3 of the runway today. Probably more than that. D1. Rotate. Wee, little crosswind there, sucked up. Maintaining that centre line. Gear up. Crosswind has now gone into a 6-knot crosswind, but a bit of a tailwind as well for us. Interesting. Gear levers up.
Osprey 180, no further ATC, Manchester Unicom 122 decimal 8, goodbye.
Manchester Unicom 1228, Osprey 180, thanks. So it may well be that the radar controller's gone offline because of the other person mucking around, which is a real shame. Now, it was a bit dicey, wasn't it? Say, order brake off, runway turn off lights off, they're all set anyway, and we will continue the climb up. I'm going to set 390. And just let it climb up through the constraints of the SID. Fuck, but yeah. Sadly. Chill Press 3, hello. Matthew as well. James, welcome. Well, actually, we've got to check our speeds. How we're doing. Let's go through flaps up. Very bumpy. Wow. There we go. Hey, look at the wing flex. Andrew says, apologies, I have no ATC. What do you mean? I mean, you're connected to the VATSIM network, right? Very bouncy. So as it stands at the moment, we've got a little bit of time before we reach Amsterdam radar. Oh, okay, yeah. So Andrew, basically, you're on the VATSIM network, sadly, and there are lots of controllers, but because you've not had pushback clearance, so you didn't speak to delivery, you didn't speak to ground or tower or radar. All of them have dot walloped you, sadly, and it's also caused delays and other issues for at least 10 or 15 other pilots. You've got to look at vPilot, test your audio settings in vPilot, your connection settings, and failing that, just use text. Make sure your microphone and your output device are both showing that you've got some sort of an input and an output into that as well. These things happen. Have I got the newish turbulence set to realistic? Oh, you know what, I'd need to actually check that, to be fair. But yeah, also check the frequency, as Birdman is saying there. Just double check the frequencies are all correct. First time flying over Manchester. In 4K, looking spectacular. Weird little kind of frame stutters there, where it's kind of, I don't know what it's doing, but maybe that's the frame generation. It is a beta, I suppose. Who knows? Actually, I know what it is. It's when I'm clicking away from my sim to Windows and back again. After sim update 12, the turbulence is default set to low. You can set it to realistic and it goes mental. I've never done that, actually. Rab's saying I've already changed it to realistic, though. Yeah, I must have done. You guys would have, I'm sure, pointed out to it. Let's go step through the constraints and continue our climb. Wait, what says, can't lie, I get the realism aspect, but no one's actually dying. Like, he didn't say hello on a computer game. It isn't the end of the world. But, wait, what's... I mean, I get that's your opinion, that's fine. But, a number of other people, you know, everybody's trying to kind of fly and enjoy the sim in the same way. And VATSIM is created so that we can kind of all appreciate a realistic experience. Let's see what we've got below. Old Trafford, I think we've just gone past.
Traffic, Osprey 002, climbing the descent on the solid one wheel.
David, hello! How's the new rig going? Really, really quite cool. Very, very nice indeed it is. Just want to check our standard pressure. Oh yeah, just wanted to check that. What have we got here? Let's see. Just want to kind of try and capture some different views as we depart Manchester. Yeah, that's it. As Mikhail's saying, you agree to a code of conduct on VATSIM, which everyone's supposed to try and follow as best as they can. Computer problems though, these things happen. I've had my fair share of computer issues over the years. You've got to make sure you've taken reasonable steps to try and contact ATC. We're through 10,000, so we'll turn the landing lights off. Check the pressurization panel as well, and that's pressurizing nicely. And we'll pop the seatbelt signs off. Lovely. We'll increase this as well, get the range ring up, and I'll pop the VORs off because I don't need those tracking either. Living the dream, Graham, nice one. That was 1 hour from ATC request to roll. That is pretty cool, actually. Long time though, isn't it, that we're all kind of having to wait, but it does give us that extra boost of immersion. And the controllers have done a fantastic job, actually. I mean, that looks spectacular, doesn't it? Running at 60 frames per second in 4K on my rig at the moment. Adam, absolutely. You can still dot wallet people for that sort of stuff. And certainly abusive behaviour on Unicom is a complete violation of the code of conduct. Because it's supposed to be a friendly, enjoyable atmosphere, but we're all kind of trying to replicate those real world kind of behaviours of pilots and operate the aircraft as best as we can. Controllers are also on their side trying to control accurately. They also have to kind of follow strict rules that are set upon them as controllers on the network, because otherwise they could have issues with their controller rating. Prolix, very nice. What are you flying? Good luck as well. Alex is still on the ground. I've got 6 more screen grabs to take. We'll put up onto Volanta. I'll upload them now. I'll start uploading them as and when I can. We've got London North Centre. So actually there's a corridor, so Scottish radar and London controller on beyond the capability of Manchester, Sheffield through to Norwich. So we're on Unicom through this gap in ATC coverage all the way to Amsterdam radar 12575. From there then we're back on Unicom for a little while longer. Munchen radar's online for a short while, and then we've got Adria radar 1300 actually all the way into Tivat by the looks of it, which would be quite nice. Orbx Tivat is releasing tomorrow via Orbx Direct, but for an alternative there is also Pyre Devco's Tivat scenery, which has been out for a couple of months, a couple of years now. I think it was Pyre's first scenery for MSFS as well. There we go. Get the wing views. Good stuff, ProLinks. Very exciting. Coquette, it should say at the top of your screen on the overlay that we are climbing, and it should show our altitude as well. I think maybe our feet per minute, a vertical speed. So all the stats should be on the overlay for you guys working away there. There we go. I mean, Manchester was pretty busy, and we've seen a lot busier as well. Manchester is a huge VATSIM event that is on Monday, I believe, actually. Yeah, I think it's Monday. Is it this Monday, Manchester? It's an annual Manchester VATSIM event where you have full ATC. Oh, it's the 14th. So yeah, we're hoping to take part in that. Is it the 14th? Is it not this? Is it not like Easter Monday, like the 10th? But yeah, Easter Monday, I think it is. Yeah, so the 10th of April, we'll be looking at streaming into Manchester for that. So we'll be flying Tallinn to Manchester, flying into the event. So you guys will see how absolutely chaotic it will be on the ground at Manchester when we arrive. And that also then avoids the hour-long plus delays that we would get out of Manchester too. We did it last year, I think, where we flew outbound from it. And that was great. Really good fun. So yeah, we've got a couple of really good streams over the Easter weekend. Not streaming on Sunday. It's going to be a little bit of a day where we can all enjoy no simming. But today we are obviously off to Tivat. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Hong Kong to Tokyo Haneda. It's a 3.5 hour block time, or flight time, sorry, about 4 hour block time. And then on Monday we will be flying Tallinn, the new Drzeki Designs Tallinn airport, which looks really remarkable. And we'll be flying there across to Manchester to join the event from arrival there, which will be really cool. And then probably, I think Wednesday the 12th and the 11th as well. One of those 2 days I'll be looking to do a stream then as well. So we've got a lot of streams ready over the next few days while I'm off work for about 6 days, including today. Naturally, there are a couple of videos that I need to kind of try and get recorded as well, so we'll see how we go. Still need to decide the aircraft to use for tomorrow. I think we were going to be using the 737 again. Jack, I haven't flown the 747 in ages, that's correct. I would never fly the salty 747 in an event like Hong Kong to Haneda. I think we'd probably be asking for problems there. So I tend to avoid those kind of add-ons for big VATSIM events. And I look for those more complete high fidelity aeroplanes instead to use. A bit safer for us as well. Yeah, yes, I've had a couple of other DMs actually, Birdman, from when we discussed my throttle issue the other week. And I'd had quite a few DMs, about 6 or 7 others, saying they have a similar problem. They've tried uninstalling it. They've even... one guy actually messaged me and said they thought it was a complete, more of an issue with his Windows, so he's wiped his SIM, completely reinstalled Windows, cleared his SSDs, everything, and started again just to try and fix his throttle issue on the Fenix. And that one guy, bless him, still has the issue after all of that. So I have no idea how to fix it. The Heavy Division, we haven't used the Heavy Division 787-10 for a while either, or the Headwind A330. But I do feel like, for VATSIM events, I need those to progress a bit further now to kind of use them safely. Son, hello to you as well. A310, that could be a good one actually. The Manchester event is on the 16th. That's such a random... Yeah, such a random date to have it then, because it's not even on Easter Monday. So we might have to do something else, Mikael, instead on Easter Monday, if that's the case. Ian saying, I don't know about anyone else, but when in the cruise, the voice volume for Luke is perfect, but when ATC is on the volume on YouTube, it seems to drop massively, or VPilot is massively loud. Is that on your end? So VPilot's loud on your side whilst you're watching the stream, or through the output on this stream? Jack saying the mix is okay for you. Hamadan says, I haven't seen you fly the CRJ recently. Is it still a favourite for you? It's pretty cool, yeah. But I haven't flown it for a little while, to be fair. No, MPS, we're on Unicom, buddy. We're on Unicom. 1228. We're not on any controllers. We mentioned a couple of minutes ago, we're basically flying through a little corridor of Unicom. London Sea Centre only controls East Midlands, Birmingham, and then kind of Luton as well. That is it. London South Centre controls exactly that, South London. So we're looking Gatwick, basically, to keep it simple. Heathrow as well, potentially. Sometimes you'll see a comment on their little controller name that says EGKK only, or not Heathrow, or something like that. So but yeah, for us, if we were contacting a controller at the moment around Manchester, Sheffield, the corridor that we're flying through at the moment, we would need to see either Man Centre or Lon North, Lon N. Oh, Mikhail, that was it, wasn't it? Was it? I think, yeah. I've lost track of all the events, to be honest. There's been a huge discussion over what to kind of take part in over Easter. I think that might have been one that you suggested, Mikhail, as well. I do vaguely now recall you mentioning something about that. Thies is controlling Amsterdam radar 12575. Oh, on the 22nd. That does out. I need to do Monday. Andrew, no worries. You've got to have a look at settings in VPilot, click audio, and then look at your microphone device and output device. Make sure that you've got an output and input showing as well. Make sure your mic has got the volume slider as well to show peak level indicators in the green band while speaking normally. That sort of thing. Otherwise, basically they can't hear you properly. Interestingly, I've noticed from changing computer, we've had the discussion with my mic being quite low on my end when I've been streaming over the last few days. On my previous computer, I had my mic volume set to +4, which was just right to keep the mic volume in the green peak slider inside the VPilot settings. Conversely, this time I'm having to actually run the mic volume at +18 just to be able to keep it in the green band, which is huge, which is incredible. And then it makes me wonder why there is such a significant difference between my new rig's mic input within the sound card and the previous computer's rig. The only thing I can think is the sound card is a lot better. It's an Asus sound card, one of the latest sound cards, which was a couple of £100. So I assume that because of that, it's filtering a lot of other stuff out. There's some contrails for an aircraft going the opposite direction. Beyond that as well on the horizon, another aeroplane too. One of the things that I've noticed, we discussed it on the last live stream with the new computer, is the draw distance now of other aircraft in the sim is vast. Hundreds of miles away we will see contrails, which is stunning. Andrew, it's fine. We were scrambling to try and work out who it was at the time. We were desperately trying to research and work it all out. At least we know who it is now, and you also know that there was an issue and we can try and fix the fault. Andy, there are only on certain routes within the reach and capability of the BA 146-300. I think when you're looking at searching for the aeroplane, you might need to maybe type B463 into the search to see if it comes up. It may have been flown, for example, from Manchester to Bergen. It might be sitting in Bergen waiting to be flown back or something like that. So that way you'll find it. I think we've only got 1 or 2 aircraft, BA 146-300s. Exactly, Tim. There we go. Yeah, the worry was more it was someone messing around, but at least we know it was an actual tech problem instead. These things happen. Silent driving, absolutely. Let's go into New Sky and have a little look. So window capture. So if I go onto my recent flights, you can see these are all the flights we've flown recently. The current one is en route with a slight delay, annoyingly, because of the busyness of Manchester. But the last flight we did from Shannon into Heathrow got a score of 10. Within that, you can see that we had a balance and a budget. It's a scheduled service. They tend to get 30 or so % bigger revenues than free flight mode. So that's worth bearing in mind as well. But yeah, have a little look on there. And effectively that then contributes to the wider balance of the airline. And you guys don't get to see this page, sadly. But as the airline owner, I do. So in the last 30 days, we've had $2 million worth of penalties incurred through aircraft being crashed and things like that. Or, you know, landing overweight, wing strikes, tail strikes. All sorts of horrendous stuff going on. But £2 million worth or dollars worth of penalties, which has dented away. Look at that graph. Dented away at our performance. The dashed blue line that you can see in the middle there is our airline's revenue stream, our average profit and loss each day, and that curve moves dynamically every 30 days. Or throughout 30 days as a balance. So it's an active balance whether we're in profit or loss. And we're also competing with other airlines too as a result of that. There's a few. So Graham, not to name and shame though, slightly overweight because that wasn't actually necessarily his fault. It was a sim brief profile issue that we are still exploring, which Graham actually thankfully pointed out. But because it registered his landing as overweight, what it did is it destroyed his rating and it incurred a huge fine. But that wasn't his fault. That was more through a slight tweak we need to make to a sim brief profile on one of the aircraft. So it registers a lot of stuff. When we go into my flights again, I'll go into one of these, this one here, Yerevan to Dubai, because it's not a 10 score. We had a oops, wrong button. My goodness, we had a slight off-center line landing, which then deducted a score from 10, which is where it starts. It deducted 0.19 from the score, which then gave us a 9.81 final score there. But it logs a lot of stuff. In the logger here, we can expand it and we can see all the stuff it's doing. So altimeter changes. If you don't go through to transition altitude correctly, QNH 1013, if you don't go through transition altitude and go to standard pressure, it gives you a 2-minute gap to kind of deal with other things that might be going on before you do that. But yeah, effectively you need to do that, otherwise you're penalised ever so slightly. Takeoff 14:03. My goodness, we were 45 minutes late departing. When was our off blocks? This is the one that matters. Off block time recorded 13:43. So we were 13:20 was when we were meant to take off. You get 15 minutes either side. So we were almost 10 minutes late beyond what would have incurred a few bits. So you can see now on that screen we are, yeah, literally 40 minutes late into Tivat. So we're not going to get a score of 10 today because we're going to be late, and also the airline would therefore incur a delay where we have to then pay compensation to the passengers on board, sort of thing. It's quite cool. Adam says, I live New Sky but wish that we who fly for Osprey would also be able to see more statistics like that. We have requested there to be a little bit more transparency and a few other things. But that's something the developer can only decide effectively. Ashton, yeah, you can if you like. You can if you like. Try free flight. So when you sign up, for example, into New Sky and you want to join Osprey Airways, you have to fly one flight first using their New Sky Academy, which is a free flight mode. You can fly any aircraft however you wish to the best of your abilities, and then basically after that first flight you get your score. If it's over 6 you can then apply to join Osprey. We are pushing it a little bit here actually. I'm surprised we've climbed to flight level 380. I'm going to request to go to 37. Step point unable, probably due to weight. We'll keep it smooth. We'll just do 500 feet per minute.
Amsterdam radar, good afternoon. EC2102, holding short of runway 24 at Sierra 4, ready for departure.
I mean, good grief, look at that. Talk about coffin corner. That couldn't be any closer. So we are pretty much at the maximum performance of the aeroplane. And by descending slightly, we were initially hoping for cruise at flight level 390, but because we haven't got that, we're descending to flight level 370 instead, because we need an odd flight level. What that's done, look, is it extended coffin corner slightly. Being slightly above isn't too much of an issue though. 10575. It's telling us at no point during the flight today we're going to be able to get to flight level 390, so we might just have to stay at 370 instead. Amsterdam radar, good afternoon. Osprey 180, flight level 370 inbound Lamso.
Osprey 180, hello, continue.
Roger, continue Osprey 180.
And Osprey 180, just to confirm what's your requested cruise level?
We filed for flight level 390, we have a slight issue, so we might need to maintain 370 instead for cruise.
Osprey 180, roger.
Amsterdam radar, hello, Lufthansa 7 Yankee Kilo, flight level 360. Lufthansa 7, Yankee, Kilo, hello, proceed direct to afloop.
There we go.
Sehr gerne direkt for Lufthansa 7 Yankee Kilo.
Lufthansa 7, Yankee, Kilo, direct to Raflo, Romeo, Alpha, Victor, Lima, Oscar.
That's a bit better, isn't it?
Direct Raflo, Romeo, Alpha, Victor,
Exactly,
Lima,
Birdman. Let's not lose rudder authority. Look at the North Sea and the clouds. Wow.
Yeah, 55 Echo, climb flight level 340.
Climb flight level 340 to 755 Echo.
My goodness. Keep smashing the like button, folks, if you are just tuning in as well. It's great to have you on board with us today. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Please do click subscribe.
Just had some problem and we dived down. This is the reason for the sudden loss of altitude and speed.
Easy 49er Juliet Delta, Roger.
Abadan says, can't wait to get proficient again and fly with Osprey. Any US routes coming? I would love some routes into and out of Cape. Yeah, we're working at kind of filling out little regions as and when we can, so offering a couple of routes everywhere in the world at least. The thing with New Sky's economy model is that if we add, say, one airport, each day that airport incurs a cost to the airline, which needs to then be offset against the pilots flying the networks. The scheduled networks especially are really helpful at offsetting those costs.
Easy 49er Juliet Delta, contact London 127.1.
Colon 127.1 for Easy 49er Juliet Delta, have a great day, goodbye.
Osprey 48 Tango Golf, nothing further, monitor Unicom 122.8.
Over the Unicom, thank you for the ATC. Osprey 48 Tango Golf.
KLM 26 November, Vectors ILS runway 27, information is India, fly heading 090.
Vectors ILS runway 27, information is India, fly heading 090, KLM 26 November.
I wonder how many delay fees we're all going to incur in total for us all flying this route today. Mikhail, Epic, use the voucher I won at your Contrail link for LEGE. Thank you very much, Mikhail. Really appreciate you using the affiliate link for Contrail. If you guys are looking at buying stuff on Contrail and you're wondering what the affiliate link is, have a look at the live chat. There is a link that will take you to Contrail using, it's basically contrail.shop/British AvGeek. It doesn't change the price for you guys in any way, but what it means is by purchasing via that link, it helps support the stream. I will receive a small commission back for something that you were already going to buy, and that's a really nice way of helping support the stream without having to pay a penny, which is cool.
Holding short here, 7 runway 24, are you ready?
Speedbird 902 Echo, runway 24, clear for takeoff, the wind.
Matthew, good day to you, buddy. One last trip to Japan this weekend. Won't see that again for at least 5 years. Wow. Japan's genuinely quite spectacular, isn't it? And I'm sure now you can probably see why it's one of my favourite countries in the world, having visited there yourself with the airlines. Adam, thank you. Delta Tango, finally climbing out of Manchester. Don't wait up for me, my goodness.
What's your serious flight off, Bridgie? 472, thanks to the ATC, have a good day. Lufthansa 411, nothing further, Unicom 122.8, bye bye.
Oh, an hour behind James almost.
411, nothing further, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye bye.
Unicom 128, Lufthansa 411, bye.
Ron needs to find a way to tell his new girlfriend there's a rule that he needs to sim 3 to 4 hours a week. If she understands the hobby and flight simming, Ron, she's a keeper.
Super 902 Echo, identified, climb flight level 240.
Climb 240, Super 92 Echo.
That's even better, Prolinks. You need to set a bell like a cabin chime. Hey, you know what, actually? Maybe I can do this during the live stream. I don't know if this is going to be safe to do. So, you guys might know already that I've got an Elgato Stream Deck. And that's helping me just kind of smooth out transitions with scenes and all that sort of stuff. There is a way, apparently, to add sound effects.
German Cargo 8160, nothing further, Unicom 12.8.
Unicom for German Cargo 8160, thanks, have a good day.
Shin X24 Romeo, Unicom 12.8.
Unicom, Shin X24 Romeo, thank you very much, bye.
Transavia 55 Echo. Until Supol there will be traffic above you at flight level 340. So it might be only possible to climb after that. Unicom 12.8.
Okay, I have the traffic and Unicom 12.8, bye-bye, 27550, fine.
Let's see. Living the dream.
Holding short 06, runway 24 at Schiphol.
Oh, I was just about to read that out. Basically, yeah, Graham got his missus on a flight to Australia for a few weeks so that he could basically sim in peace without any problems.
Osprey 598, inbound Everly, 10 nautical miles at flight level 350, speed decimal 805.
Yeah, Osprey 598, I'm closing shortly, so Monty Unicom 12.8.
Go to Unicom, Osprey 598.
Japan Air 404, contact Scottish 135 decimal 525.
Japan Air, epic.
35525, Japan Air 404.
Submarine dive horn apparently is a sound effect. I wonder what this sounds like.
Heading 120, descent 2000 feet, QNH 1018.
My god, that's loud.
120, descent 2000 feet.
Crowd cheering.
18 KLM 1000.
KLM 26 November, descent level 40.
Descent level 40, KLM 26 November.
EC2102, I'm closing. Monty Unicom 12.8.
1228, EG2102, bye-bye, have a great day.
Oh, that's a bank stamp.
Osprey 1155, request for frequency to tune road clearance and to tune to my squawk code. Roger, I had a radio problem earlier.
Hey, that's Andrew.
Calling, I think you're in Belgian airspace, not in Dutch airspace. And anyway, I'm closing shortly, so Monty Unicom 12.8.
He's got it fixed. Very quiet on the thing, you might need to turn the output up.
I'm closing shortly, Unicom 12.8.
Unicom 12.8, thank you for ATC, bye-bye, Lufthansa 7 Kilo.
Papa Tango India, I'm closing, so Unicom 12.8, no traffic in the Lelystad CTR.
Thank you for HC Papa Hotel Tango India.
Osprey 180, I'm closing, Unicom 12.8.
Roger, thanks for the ATC, Osprey 180.
Chevrolet 60 Yankee, your climb is on Unicom because I'm closing.
Actually, that's a good one, ProLinks. Maybe I should go and find one of those, a screaming passenger noise sound set. And then I can actively click that. Special effects. Scream. Let's see what happens. But this is all like incredible joy and stuff like that, which is awful. Middle-aged man scream. This is going to be weird. What? That's awful. Okay, we're not going to use any of those. My goodness. Hendrik saying, which is the best 737 to start with? The 737-700, the 800 or the 900, and are there significant differences in range? So if you're looking at maybe the one that has the biggest flexibility of real world routes, operators and all that sort of stuff, then the 737-800 is kind of the no-brainer choice of the products really within that range, and it's kind of a happy medium too. The 737-700 has got a little bit of a shorter range than the 800, and that has a slightly shorter range than the 900 similarly. But the 737-800, the package includes the Boeing Business Jet 2 Hendrik, so that has a really good range, and you could go transatlantic quite happily on that one. Similarly, the 737-900ER has the auxiliary tanks, so you could do extended range stuff with that variant. So for me, I would choose between the 800 or the 900. The difference between the two really, in addition to range, would be passenger loads, weights, and also the length of the fuselage. The 900 is incredibly easy to tail strike. The 800 is easy to tail strike, but not as much as the 900. So I think if you were getting started, I would go for the 737-800, to be honest, Hendrik, out of those options. Jack, look no further than Jack, screaming passengers, he's got that on loop. I've seen your flight reports. Hey, that's testament to how good the VR, like the sim is in VR and everything gaming. So he taught his girlfriend to fly the Cessna in VR, literally acted like it was real when she went over the sea, she got scared. Graham, living the dream, saying, secret lads, I sent my wife to Australia over the Easter holidays, so an expensive way to get plenty of sim time. Mac 8, yeah, oh no, Mac 7.9 actually, MPS gaming. And we're kind of monitoring to see if we can step up to flight level 390, but it says enable. It'll probably say enable for most of the flight as well, actually. And we might see if we can bump it up to Mach 80. But we'll see a little bit later on in the flight as that little very narrow flight envelope there extends. We'll be able to push the aircraft a little bit faster. Try and get a little bit of time back that we've lost from being on those ground delays at Manchester. Oh yeah, I've got to check up on Leroy Air, Jack. Mitchell, hello. Have I ever been to Australia? I would absolutely love to, but no, sadly I haven't been. Australia and New Zealand are on my bucket list kind of destinations to go to. Oops, old drone camera again. Oh, look at that down there. Wow. My goodness. Yeah, effectively, Jack, we have to fly scheduled services to make lots of profit for when you crash your plane. Ashton says, what is your opinion of the 737 MAX? Do you mean in real life, or do you mean the awful record 737 MAX in MSFS? Because if it's the latter, crap cash grab, don't buy it. Need to change the drone camera rotation speed, I think. To 6. That'll do us. It's a bit better. If you've got the bandwidth for the internet and stuff for it as well, have a look at your YouTube settings. You can now output the sim, or you can stream, sorry, you can stream today's live stream live in 2K 60 frames per second. So do check that out, make the most of it. Frames per second at the minute is locked at 62. That's the cap actually, that is the highest. So that way I can get to 60. Have a 1 or 2 little as a leeway, but the GPU is running at 35%. VRAM at 63%, and my RAM, which is 64 gig at 5200 megahertz DDR5 RAM, is at 37%. So the system is pretty chilled at the moment. And we've not had a look at Volante yet either, so let's bring that up on the screen. A couple more screenshots to upload from our climb out of Manchester. So that's that corridor that we were talking about that we've kind of departed out on today. In fact, we've still got folks departing. Captain Paolo, Ryanair 3 Hotel uniform, off to LGKR. Very nice destination. Charles, Ryanair 456, off to Tivat. There we are, it's just over north of King's Lynn at the moment, and Wells next the sea. In fact, there is Wells next to the sea. I've stood there on a course at work with a load of fish and chips for lunch. Epic. Beautiful place. Screenshot upload failed. It really doesn't like the 4K screenshots. But there's our route so far. We're over Amsterdam. There's an F-35, bizarrely. But they're not flying on VATSIM, by the way. We've got a couple of aircraft on the map that are just tracking on Volante. MPS Gaming is behind us, actually. Osprey 9004. Followed by Osprey 9002. And then Ryanair 266. Chanex 2 Mike Charlie. Ryanair 456 over King's Lynn. Delta Tango as well in the A320 Neo. Further ahead of us because of those ground delays, we've got Aviator Zulu. He's off to HEGN, very cool. But yeah, Ian, Osprey 2472. He's over, well, he's actually passed Dusseldorf already in the 737-900. Ahead of him, Zato in the A321 flying on X-Plane. And Osprey 784, which is Carlito, I think, in the A320 Neo. There we are. It is, yeah, Carlito. Osprey 9012 A320 Neo. There's an EasyJet there as well, which I can't quite zoom into. He's off to Dalaman. Osprey 9000 all the way up here, south of Nuremberg. Manchester to Tivat in the A320. He's miles ahead, wow. It shows you how long we were being on the ground for with that ground delay. Quite remarkable. Belgian airspace. I think Andrew was flying down here somewhere, but I can't see him. Osprey 1155, there we go. He's flying over through Belgian airspace at the moment instead to Tivat. Slightly different routing. Eventually it will converge around the same place. In fact, all of Bremen and München radar and everyone are all offline, so Unicom all the way now until we reach Adria Center 1300. Hopefully they stay online for us for our arrival into Tivat. Look at that, very, very busy indeed. Lots of ATC around Italy as well. Euro South online. They cover a vast airspace when you see Eurocontrol on. It's almost like the level of delays you get at Heathrow. you guys want to see the screenshots we've taken so far as well, these are what we've all of these are what we've uploaded, so you can see the little screen grabs we've taken and put onto Volanta. They'll go onto Discord as well, and as always we'll select 4 or 5, put them on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. There's the pub while we were on the ground delay. And Manchester from above, a couple of aircraft taxiing. And pre-stream whilst boarding and getting catering loaded in as well. There we are. Working away. Adam says, tip for an airport to take off from to join you into Tivat. I don't know actually, to be honest. It depends where you're setting up from or what time you're looking to depart to kind of join us.
Lufthansa 89 Alpha, line up and take off runway 23 left.
Trying to work out how to sequence you in as well. It says Osprey 9002 followed by Ryanair 266 on Volanta. If you can work out how to sequence in between those two, that should be a good enough gap to work into. So your best bet is going to be somewhere like Munich, Nuremberg, Frankfurt perhaps as well, to then join us from probably that cluster, and then work out your departure time accordingly. MPS Gaming saying 17 arrivals into that, and it's only got 7 parking spots. Whoops. James, yeah, take your time learning it, and then only connect when you feel like you're ready. Francois, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Huge, huge cloud clusters below us at the moment. Matt, nice work. Just hit cruise on the way to Dubai, hoping for a big payout today for Osprey on New Sky. That's the other thing we can do actually. We can, what I really like on New Sky window capture, there we go. So, on the map, you can see all of the aircraft flying at the moment around the world on the New Sky network. Loads of them. Green are scheduled flights. Blue are free flights. If you see red, usually it means there's an emergency flight as well, once squawking one of the emergency transponder codes. Airports that are red mean that they've pretty much been wiped out of passenger loads as well, so they need passengers flying into them to try and refill the group. That line there is going to be us. It is. Osprey 9010 at the front. Osprey 9000, Osprey 9012, Osprey 48 Tango Golf, 2472, Osprey 180, Osprey 9002, 9004, Osprey 300 as well flying. Epic. That's Matt's. So there's Osprey 300, that's Matt's route. He's flying Heathrow to Dubai. Pushed back on time. Going to arrive an hour late, probably due to the winds en route and everything, to be honest. Long old way. But that's the route that he's got filed. You can see all his data as well. He's in 737-900. Oh, good grief. Has he got the range for that? Hope so. That'd be interesting. And then I spotted Osprey 1. There's his current routing. Samuel, 737-900 as well, out of Heathrow for JFK. Working out to be ahead of schedule, in fact, there. Great effort. The old winds over the Atlantic helping them out there massively. But if we filter the map, where we go? Here we go. 51 flights online on New Sky. We type BVX in. What it does is it then filters every flight around the world flying for Osprey at the moment. There's Osprey 681 Lima there. Cythera flying Manchester to Mexico City. Wow. A350-900 on X-Plane. What a route. That's pretty cool. What else have we got? Osprey 1 we've just looked at. We've got Osprey 777-9er. Mitchell, found you. Pushed back 40 minutes late, so that's going to incur a huge delay cost out of Oslo. Looking to arrive 40 minutes late into GCRR Lanzarote. Very nice, in the 737-700. Who else have we got? So Osprey 300, we can look further around the world. So everyone else is Europe wide. And yeah, you can see the routes. Tivat, Tivat, Mexico, Tivat, JFK, Tivat, Tivat, Lanzarote, Tivat, Dubai. 12 flights online for Osprey at the moment on New Sky. Awesome. Have a great flight, ProLinks. Samuel, no worries at all. How's your flight coming along? We just spotted you flying along for Osprey today. I think it was yourself flying to, was it JFK? Fuel, centre tanks are now empty. And actually there's a slight imbalance of the two tanks there, so we're going to be proactive here. I'm going to put crossfeed on first, turn the centre tanks off. With crossfeed active, we want to close the lowest of the two tanks, 3.83. We're going to go for the left tanks off. Aft off. Make sure everything's still fine. Forward one off. Master caution for fuel. We'll reset that. We've induced that. And then we're going to watch to effectively see the imbalance reduce to become level, near to 3.83. So we're feeding both engines at the moment from the right tank only. Once that's at 8.34, we'll turn the left tanks, or tank 1, forward and aft back on. Matt's nice one. Yeah, you're on VATSIM, are you? Our routes will cross over the Alps. Might see you above me. That's epic. .88. Coffin Corner's extending nicely as well. 87. We need to do a fuel check when we can at the moment as well. I'm just going to sort out the heading bug to make sure it's in line with our route. 30 miles to Tesca. Which is on my flight plan route. 7.5 tons estimated fuel on board. So actually, we're on track for that as well, quite nicely there. Happy days. .84. Pop the tanks back on. Make sure you confirm you are turning the right ones on, because otherwise you end up turning the other ones off by accident. That's never good. And we've got a 7 knot tail crosswind. Samuel said had to cut the route a bit. Got a 100 knot headwind in the 739, was going to be pushing it. My goodness, yeah. That's a bold flight to do anyway. A huge distance. James, it's a good question. I don't know the answer to that actually. He says, what percentage of time would you say you have full ATC coverage on VATSIM daily? So there's never all ATC on at the same time. I would probably say maybe 5% of the world is covered at all times on VATSIM, at a guess. Big guess though, of course. Yes, it's telling us that we were going to be unable to climb to flight level 390 throughout today's flight. So we're going to remain at 37. Might as well feed our descent winds in for later. Our descent wind forecast through the uplink. Put it in like so. For the arrival as well into Tivat, the transition altitude, sorry, the transition level, I should say, is dictated by ATC. But if we look at some of the charts, let's see. Transition altitude is 10,000, therefore I would expect the transition level to be about 1,000 above at least. So we'll go for 11,000. And we can tweak that where required later on. Once we get close enough, we might see the ATIS. As it stands at the minute, the METAR into Tivat gives us the following weather. 240 degrees at 7 knots for the wind. Variable between 190 degrees and 280 degrees. Ceiling of visibility is good, so all the 9s for visibility, so 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds, 5,600 feet, temperatures 14 degrees Celsius and the dew point -2, QNH 1017. Yeah, that's the one, as Graham's pointed out, well said. So the imbalance is because there's two reasons. When the centre tanks run dry, from what I understood, it feeds from the left tank in this aircraft at the moment in the sim, but also the APU, when that is on, we had a ground delay of about 20 or so minutes. All of that APU fuel is coming out of the left aft tank, so this one here. So it's eating away at this quantity all the time while we're sat on the ground with the APU on. James, no, it should be fine. Silent driving, absolutely. That was almost my old system. My old system was a Ryzen 5 3600X and a 2070 Super with 64 gig of RAM. I had two 32 gig cards, and it ran the sim quite happily on high settings as a bit of a default with a few tweaks. Bob Stone, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Hope you're well. Happy Easter to you guys. And we're looking out for Matt's flying Osprey's route to Dubai as well. We might cross over at some point. Although he's a little further behind. So we'll be looking out for him over the Alps, but it's unlikely actually with the gap that we're going to cross over. Hey, I just spotted Kai as well flying to Antalya. Wizz Air UK 773. So through the cloud below, we might see it actually. I'll see if I can maybe move the camera a little bit. No, that is pretty dense cloud, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, nothing. So down there is Frankfurt at the moment, but we can't see through that dense cloud. A couple of gaps, you can kind of see a little bit. Yeah. Frankfurt Airport's down below somewhere. Hopefully we'll see Munich. We might get a beautiful view of the Alps. First time flying over the Alps for me in 4K as well. First time streaming over the Alps in 2K, 60 frames for you guys. Jack, hello, welcome. We'll definitely have a good selection of long haul routes for Osprey Airways once some decent long haulers get released. We also need them flying back, so on scheduled mode on New Sky with Osprey. This flight, for example, perfect example actually. We're flying this aircraft, the 737-900 ER, from Manchester to Tivat. The turnaround in Tivat basically then needs to happen by either me or another pilot on Osprey Airways, who will then fly the scheduled service Osprey 181 back from Tivat to Manchester, and that will then return the aircraft back to base to enable it to fly all of the other routes that it can operate from Manchester. Just Trev saying the 4090 is looking the part, mate. Quality is spectacular. Greetings as well to you. Happy Easter. Hope you're enjoying it. 2K 60 frames. And yeah, 4K. Running the sim in 4K is just spectacular. It's pretty cool. Drone camera is doing its weird twisty stuff again. Stonners, hello buddy. Hope you're well. Look at that. Germany below. .60 frames per second in 4K. Ooh, Badger, have we not added a 747-8 yet? We might have to add the salty one just to get him in, just to get one in as an option for you guys. Good question, Ian. So, as long as it matches the PC time, you can move the sim time to whatever you want. Ah, Stollister. Good effort, yeah. I wish I was working today, actually, in a way. I think Tom's with you guys. I tried to get onto nights, but Girdle said no. They were one short, but they picked somebody from the Bs instead. Sam, yeah, we'll try and get that sorted then, buddy. We'll try and add a 747-8 to the fleet, the Osprey fleet. Hopefully, we'll check in on Tom Stonners, make sure he's alright. Mikhail, flying Monday, and I'm flying tomorrow as well, but not Sunday. Not Sunday. Got some family-related stuff Sunday. A nice Easter dinner. Paul says, does somebody know how to get rid of the grainy and pixelated cloud animations in his sim sometimes? Not sure. Yeah, Stonners, I'll explain more, but my goodness, it is literally something big over nothing. I don't get it. But yeah, not had the best 2-3 weeks at work, folks, effectively, if you're wondering what on earth I'm on about. I work with Stonners in the, or a Stonnold in the chat. Mum's home now, Ian, thank you for asking. Yeah, she's still in palliative care though. Currently, as it stands, she's on the organ transplant list, but she's too unwell to receive that. Yeah, if an organ becomes available, she's too unwell to actually go through the operation. So, still, it's not a fantastic outlook, but she's happy that she's home. I think that's part of maybe some of the recovery in a way. It's the psychology of being home. She's happy she's home, and that can only be a positive thing, at least for the short term. Yeah. Who knows? We'll see. Every week's a bonus. Michael, yeah, we spotted you on the New Sky map, Osprey 7799. I've noticed you're operating with a 40-minute delay as well. Osprey's going to be hit with massive fees. Massive fees indeed for today's huge delays. All not through our own fault though, just through VATSIM being incredibly busy. What have we got here? Let's go to that view. Oh, look at that. Adam, appreciate it. Jack as well. Yeah, appreciate you guys saying all that sort of stuff. His life, unfortunately, 60 years old. Ended up with an awful illness by the sounds of it that may potentially be hereditary, which affects men at an earlier age, so who knows. I might have to have tests and things, otherwise I could be just as ill at the age of 45 apparently. All fun. Such is life. Yeah, lots going on. People trying to do my legs at work as well, it seems, and then all that as well. Yeah, you guys get it anyway. The nice thing is with simming is you get to kind of take yourself away from all of that for a couple of hours, muck around, have a laugh, enjoy something, put your mind into this, which is really cool, and you guys are mega, so it keeps the energy good and it keeps us it's an easy way actually, isn't it? It's an easy way to take your mind off stuff. Exactly, Delta Tango and Ian, yeah, 100%. Samuel says, what happens with the money with Osprey Airways, the virtual money on New Sky? I assume you mean there. That you get more planes. Yeah, effectively, yeah. We can expand the network effectively. So, money-wise, with the virtual currency that Osprey Airways operates in on New Sky, with more profit that the virtual airline builds for itself in competition with all the other airlines on New Sky, all fighting for the same passenger numbers and figures, we can then expand the route network, so we can add more airports into the routes, and we can then add more aircraft into the route networks too. Oh, Rab, yeah, sorry to hear that, buddy. 93 is fantastic though. King Offer says, in VATSIM, is it possible to expedite the en route portion of the flight? In short, the answer to that is not really, no. You can do it, but it's heavily frowned upon. Certainly if you've got ATC controllers and things like that as well, because your off-blocks time that you file for is on the network, basically. So what you will find is the controllers will then receive you a lot earlier than you're supposed to arrive, and that can cause all sorts of confusion and issues. Rab, yeah, that is, yeah, that's a lot of work. My goodness, yeah. Fought a good fight by the sounds of it. 93 is fantastic. Who have we got here? 8040, so it's about 20 miles to the south. There's an aeroplane on TCAS. Andrew, what are you on Unicom at the moment? I think you were. Let's see. Yeah, no, you're on Unicom at the moment, so you're not actually flying in controlled airspace. Trying to find. Yeah, there you go. So being on Unicom, you just need to be on 1228. And all you need to do at that point is squawk 2000, and that's it. That's kind of like an IFR squawk code. There it is. There's that aeroplane. This is the biggest thing, actually, with the 4090. I mentioned over the North Sea as well. That aircraft is about 30 or so nautical miles away, perhaps, as an estimation. Yet this is actually drawing it into the sim because the level of detail is the highest setting. we've got 3 there now on TCAS ahead. So where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Let's see. Got it. So that is Wiz267 Victor. He's off to Warsaw. Ahead of him, Wiz6 Romeo Tango, same place. There, those two on the at the top there, and then the one that's nearer towards our left-hand side is Lufthansa 376 off to Frankfurt, which we can see there, just off the horizon. Zooming along. In fact, we've got one below us there as well. Look at that. My goodness. That's Wiz. In fact, no, that one there is Lufthansa 376. The one further out is Wiz 416. That's Wiz 416. So yeah, VATSIM is busy. We've got contrails over there as well. Contrails there. They're the two off to Poland. Yeah, the 4090 is mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Still unable to do any step climbs, but that's fine. We'll just remain at 380. These things happen sometimes. We've slightly mucked up the planning, it seems, I think, with weight balance and performance. God, I've almost got 300 orbs on Orbx, which means I'll be able to buy a fairly average thing for free. An average scenery. Stones, thank you. Make sure it's really vague though, so I don't actually know, Stonners, what it is that I haven't challenged. But I haven't done it, even though I may not have heard it. That is literally it as well. Yeah, crazy. The Mr. Dr. Miss, hello to you. What's the best way to learn enough about procedures to be able to use VATSIM without getting everyone and the controllers annoyed with me? Have a look at that website. Basically, follow tutorials and learn slowly and learn in the best way that you can. And then when you feel ready, connect. So go to britishavgeek.com, it's our website. You go to the VATSIM tutorials page on there, and there's a whole load of resources for you to, there's a lot of videos, VATSIM tutorial videos for you to sink your teeth into and help learn all of the processes, different phases of flight, from getting your clearance all the way through to takeoff, cruise, descent, shutdown at the gate. And that's all covered, including Unicom as well, Unicom tutorials. There are a couple of free documents which you can download on that page as well, which I've created to help you get started. Radio telephony, put my teeth in. Radio telephony phrases, especially included, and an oceanic tutorial sheet which you can download for free, which I've created as well, which will help you get your oceanic clearance. So created lots of VATSIM tutorials to help you get started. Basically, Stonners, have a good day, buddy. Enjoy the bank holiday. Good ching for you. Mitchell says, would you recommend an eye tracker just to gain more immersion? So that's another good question, actually. I've got the Tobii Eye Tracker 5. There's an affiliate link that you guys can use if you were buying a Tobii Eye Tracker as well. Tobii.gg/BritishAvGeek, I think it is. Let me just check to see if that still works. doesn't seem like it does. Let me see if I can sort this out live. Effectively, there's an affiliate link that you can follow if you're looking at buying a Tobii eye tracker, and it gets you a discount actually as well, I think, off the cost of it, in addition to any sales that they've got at the moment. So there is a sale at the moment for Tobii eye tracker, a spring sale. Right, I'm going to have to work this out quick so I can share it with you guys, because I can't quite remember how to find it. I've not been asked about the Tobii eye tracker for a while actually, but yeah, you can get 5% on top of any other discounts going on with a link that I can generate and send to you guys. That doesn't help me at all work it out. Let's work out something else. Tobii. I'm trying to sort it out as we speak. Brian says it does not work with a 49-inch curved screen. Interesting. Forward says backing everything up as we speak, because he might have an intermittent crash to desktop, which could be a failing M2 drive. Interesting. For me, I noticed my performance and things were, you know, everything was starting to struggle somewhat with my old system, which we'd absolutely maxed out. Quite a bit actually, so we punished that rig immensely over the last few years. Currently it's 50-50 choice, Graham, actually, to be honest. So into Tivat at the moment, the winds for runway 14 offer a tailwind of 1 knot and a crosswind of 4 knots. Runway 32 gives us a headwind of 1 knots, followed by a crosswind of 4 knots. So we have the option of the circling approach to runway 14, which will still give us an equal crosswind to that of the northern approach instead, but will give us that really challenging circling approach over the bay, manually flown, as we arrive into Tivat. So it could well be that we do that. Aha, there we go. That's why. I was generating the old link. So, don't want to create that. Create link. My goodness. This is more complex than I realised, setting up this affiliate link. Bear with me though, I'm trying to work it out in my head live, so I can give you guys, those of you who are just asking for that Tobii eye tracker link, then I can give it to you, because there is a spring sale on at the moment, so you can get an extra discount. I think it's 15% off plus the extra 5%, which is pretty big. Link. No, it's not that. My goodness. Oh, that can't be done. It's annoying. Right, I've created a link to the Tobii eye tracker website. You can then look at the Tobii eye tracker 5, and that should work. Let's find out. I'll put it in the live chat. Yeah, when you click through, there we go, it will then show you the Star Citizen 15% discount on the Tobii eye tracker 5 during our spring sale. 12 days left, and then like a buy now link. I'm running through it myself as well, just to see. So then you click add to cart. That gives you just the normal discount, actually. So I might need to do a little bit more tweaking, but then it's yeah, it's just another affiliate link basically. Cool. Well, anyway, that's as good as we can make it, basically. Higher discount on a Tobii eye tracker than what your viewers can get by using your own coupon code. Yeah, so actually, they've changed the affiliate link scheme. So there's no additional discount code. The Tobii eye tracker is pretty cool. For example, when we were taxiing, we were able to look around. If we now activate it again, we can then look around the flight deck. We can lean as well slightly. We can lean back and basically pan around. We can look up as well. What's really cool is if we go to that external view that we saw a moment ago. I don't know, this one could be a good one. So we could be, you know, passengers sat inside the aeroplane. We can tilt our head, we can have a little look, and we can lean into the window, and we can lean out again. Really nice. And you can tweak it to how you want, effectively. Badger says link's not working for me. Try again, because it was just it was taking a minute or two for it to activate. Ah, Mikhail, there you go. Do you actually, in the coupon code page, write British AvGeek? And does that get you an extra 5% off, Mikhail? That's pretty cool. So there we go. I've put it into the link and into the live chat then, and I'll pin it for you guys so that you've got time to kind of have a little look at it and explore that too. So yeah, 15% off a Tobii eye tracker at the moment, which is a huge discount. But if you click the link that's in the live chat, it will then take you to the Tobii eye tracker website, and in the basket you then also type in the coupon code British AvGeek, all one word, British AvGeek. Click apply coupon, and it will then give you an extra 5% off the total price of your order. So that's pretty cool. You know, boosting their Easter sale with an extra discount. Happy days. First time flying over the Alps. We're about to cross in, for me, 4K, and for you guys 2K 60 frames per second on the stream output in MSFS. With the RTX4090. MPS Gaming says, I wonder if the live weather is broken now. I don't get wind arrows, only ground speed and true airspeed. It's negligible, but I would probably check it against the data of the SimBrief, you know, the route data, the wind data. Jack saying, so do you have to look away from the screen, like for example when setting up, do I have to look away from the screen for the overhead panel and then try and guess where to click my switches? For the Tobii eye tracker, no. Basically it's just looking for where your eyes are. And it tracks around, so you can toggle and change the sensitivities between where your head, the ratio for which it will track your head versus your eyes, and all that sort of stuff. So if you're flying on DCS with it, you can program the Tobii eye tracker to have even more drastic look. So you can look towards the corner of your screen and lean a bit, and it will then be like looking overhead in the canopy, looking round behind you, say in a dogfight. But for this, I've got the sensitivity set pretty low. Civil aviation flying is pretty casual, pretty smooth. We don't need to worry about whipping our head around too fast. For that sort of thing. Alex says, I tried, but the Tobii doesn't stack the discounts for me. Interesting. I'm going to try now as well. Again. Add to cart. So it's a spring sales coupon. Oh yeah, it was one or the other, wasn't it? Yeah, so I'll just use the spring sale then. I'll use the affiliate link. So the link's fine, I'll just ignore the coupon code. But they've got 15% off at the moment. So I'll probably unpin that then. Ian, yeah, that was earlier in the week, wasn't it? Aerosoft, they've taken the Twin Otter off all the marketplaces from sale, which is mighty strange. It's very expensive, Jack, yeah. Only buy it if you're actually trying to buy something like that, because then you make use of the codes. And when it's not on sale, you can then use the code BritishAvGeek to get 5% off the order, just to bring that price down a little bit more if you're looking at buying it off a sale. So great approach into Tivat, Rab, yeah, absolutely. So are we going to be doing, are we all agreeing on doing the circling approach into Tivat, or are we looking at doing just the offset approach to runway 34? Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, 1 knot headwind, Graham, which is fine. I think we could probably ignore that for the sake of it. If we wanted to do the circling approach, 1 knot tailwind is absolutely fine. It's 4 knot crosswind, which is interesting, but again, that's fairly negligible. Actually, I did just think of something though. There may be ATIS at Tivat, so LYTV. We'll find out. No, there isn't. We have Adria radar online, so we're kind of guided by them in a way as well. 1300, we'll need to speak to them soon. As we pass over Klagenfurt. One 300. Little 6 knot tailwind helping us zip along. Iglet, we've flown the CRJ a lot. It's fantastic, very hands-on. You've got to be about 5-10 minutes ahead of the aeroplane, otherwise it runs away from you very quickly. It is really cool, great fun to fly. I've done tutorials on it as well. Ralph, hello. Just a question: how often do you accept applications to Osprey on New Sky? As well, we try and identify them every time somebody signs up. Let me. It's a manual process, sadly. There we are. I've just accepted 3. There were 3 waiting. No, 4 waiting. There we go. It's a 7 knot crosswind for both runway 14 and 32. A 1 knot headwind for 32 and a 1 knot tailwind for runway 14. Yeah, I was trying to remember the runway number, Delta Tango, off memory. Either way, it's a stunning approach, and both approaches, regardless of which direction, do require a bit of hand flying anyway. I'm not sure if flight radar's down full. Let's go on to Navigraph, have a little look at what we're going to be doing. So all our departures out of Manchester, we can forget about that. We are going to be flying into Tivat today over Podgorica. LYPG, another really nice airport scenery actually, which I don't think we've got installed on the new PC yet, so I'll have to get round to that. But Podgorica 1 Delta arrival. for the lock approach runway 32 Yankee. So, Podgorica 113.0, 219 degrees to Sorag, and then Olivu max 250 knots, followed by Gossett max 210 knots here, and then turning inbound 200 degrees towards this little valley that's kind of this little bit of white here is a valley in the middle. We'll be flying through the middle there. Depending on what approach we're going to be doing, we'll either be doing this one, the lock approach runway 32, which looks like this, 334 degrees. MPS Gaming, my voice is gone. You should be able to hear it. Can you hear it? Hopefully you can. I'll wait for somebody to say something in the live chat. Right, there we go. Good. Thank for that. That had me proper stressed then. I was like, what else has gone wrong? My goodness. Okay, so thank goodness for that. My God, where were we? So Tivat, so TV301, 334 degrees to the offset lock, and it's an offset lock of 20 degrees, which is incredible. 334 degrees for the inbound course. If we're going to be approaching for runway 32. So through the little valley, which is more sort of visible on this approach plate here, and we're going to intercept that lock DME from 2,600 feet over the TAS NDB for a 3.2 degree glide path angle down towards our missed approach. Minimums for this one, CDFA is adding the 50 feet for a go around. We can certainly achieve a climb gradient of 5%, so 1,370 for the minimums there, and the airport elevation of 20 feet. We'll tune that into the pressurization panel. If we end up doing the circling to land approach with VPT, it looks like this. So over to VATS NDB 345, 3 DME, we're going to be extending out 295 degrees. Carlito, is that what you've been given? You're a lot further ahead, aren't you? So that's this one. I'll pin it. There we are. So initial approach fix from Olivu, Gossett, 4,000, 334 to that 20 degree offset lock DME approach. For aircraft category C and D, final approach track intercepts the runway center line by more than 15 degrees. This does not comply with PAN's ops criteria for non-aligned straight-in approach. Interesting. So that's a bit of a caution there from the airport operators. And then 1370 for that minimums. Gossett at 4,000, TAS NDB at 2,600, and all the rest applies. Missed approach wise, if we do a go around, it's at 3 DME when the autopilot comes off. If we're unstable or we can't see the runway, that's when we abort. We're then going to climb away over the valley, max 185 to intercept the outbound track of, sorry, the inbound course of 337 to the Tivat NDB of RO, reaching Dessel, and then we're going to head to Lasti for a hold. If we abort for any other reason after that point, then effectively we're going to climb in the bay and then bug out in the same direction. So flights, approach is available, Lock Zulu 32 via Olivu. Ah yes, Adria radar, whoopsie, got sidetracked, 1300. Gorpa. Adria radar, good evening, Osprey 180, flight level 370 inbound Gorpa.
Alpine 81 Tango Kilo, release from Adria, contact 120.875, bye bye. We
tune a lot of stuff, we can tune the
120.8 for Alpine 81 Tango Kilo.
Podgorica VOR, the lock, and the NDBs.
In a bit, 171.
Roger.
Osprey 180, dobro večer, Adria Radar contact, you're identified. And Osprey 180, Adria Radar.
Pass message, Osprey 180.
Osprey 180 due to traffic sequencing, able to proceed direct Tango Alpha Zulu and arrival via Tango Alpha Zulu NDB.
A-firm, I can make it work. Direct Tango Alpha Zulu, Osprey 180.
Osprey 180, thank you, clear direct Tango Alpha Zulu and expect Tango Alpha Zulu 1 Delta.
Clear Tango Alpha Zulu and expect 1 Delta, assuming runway 32 when you sit Tivat, Osprey 180.
180, A-firm.
Yeah, roger, direct Tango Alpha Zulu. Block Zulu. Tango Alpha Zulu 1 Delta. Let's get this in first. Execute.
Turn right, heading 0 degrees for
TAS NDB. Direct to bingo. We're going to go 250 and below. So that's changed it again now for sequencing. So Navigraph. TAS 1 Delta. Let's get the charts for that. TAS 1 Delta. So overflying TAS, then Sorag, Oliver Gossu TV 301, like so. Happy days.
Adria, good day, Chenix 1472.
Yeah, Andrew, no one can update you on Squawk 2000 because you're still on Unicom. You have to wait till you're in controlled airspace to be issued a Squawk code, and then that will allow you to ping up on the radar. So you'll be speaking to Adria Radar in a moment, 1300, once you're in their airspace. So Tivat, 345. Like so.
900, I don't know even where you're flying. You're deviating from your flight plan. What are you going to do now? I don't know.
We're descending to Put Garissa 1 Delta for the arrival and runway 32 for the approach. Osprey 9000.
900, roger, descend now, flight level 130.
Flight level 130, Osprey 9000.
Dot Meta.
Radar, good afternoon, Ryanair 6
ORTB.
flight level
QNX 1017.
50 miles to Babbitt.
Ryanair 6 Lima Echo, dobro večer, Adria Squawk 5212.
1017. Lock Zulu runway 32 1370. Got a lot of scrolling for this one, so we might as well do it now. Yeah, Andrew, like earlier on, going back to earlier on, then if you find that people are all taxiing around you and doing stuff, but you find that you can't hear or transmit, then you need to fix it. You can't just push and make it up and kind of hope for the best, because that's a really quick way to get banned from VATSIM, sadly. 1370. Planned landing weight.
Bravo, Victor X-ray 9000, contact Podgorica 135150, bye bye.
66. 143.
Say the requesting again for Osprey 9000.
135150.
It's telling us we want flap 30 and it wants auto brake 3.
135.150.
And it wants us to set this to 50. Although actually, what was the airport elevation?
147
20. So actually, the closest rounded down or up is 0. That's done.
340, Chinese 1472.
Correct.
Down here, we need to make sure we've tuned to the correct frequency, so 1113 for the
Golf
ILS.
X-ray, Roger. Turn right 090, correction left 090 degrees and descend flight level 150.
11.
After 090 degrees and 150, flight level 150.
Might as well put that active now. We've also want to make sure we've tuned the next ADF, so 345 is Tivat's NAB, but we also need to tune in 332 RO.
85 Lima, you will be leaving my airspace in the next 2 minutes.
Just in case, as a bit of a backup. So we're going to have ADF1 VOR2 active on the nav display.
All the best.
Course 334.
Osprey 9002, flight level 350.
334, onto both of those.
002, Dobrovet, Adria radar contact, expect Tango Alpha Zulu 1 Delta, arrival for runway 32.
And then we're going to do
What do you expect arrival for runway 32?
fixed radius, we're going to do runway 32.
Correct, Tango Alpha Zulu 1 Delta.
We're going to do 4 miles? No, hold on, let's have a little check of the charts
Good
here.
evening, Osprey 598 at flight level 350 inbound Gorpa 53 miles.
We'll do 4, and I'll do 7.
Descent 6,000 feet, QNH Zagreb 1017.
We need to check the legs page, check the data. I think I've got NAVAR still on the screen.
Wind is
that's a bit better.
260 degrees 7 knots.
So, Taz 345, Sorag 250, Olivu 210, Gossett Max 210 for the Taz 1 Delta, and then Tivat 301 200. So I thought I'd turn it off the screen, but I haven't. So I'm just going to keep it on while I work through this, so you can see us cross-check. 250 at below, max 210 for Olivu, so we're going to go 210B. Gossett 210B.
Roger, radar, Wisgo 933, descending via the Degum to Lima arrival.
Tango Victor 301 is 200 below.
Resume navigation, direct Podgorica, contact radar 135.150.
And then Gossett. Taz NDB again. So Taz, Sorag, Olivu, Gossett, Tango Victor 301.
Follow Degum to Lima, descend 130, Wisgo 933.
Runway 3 Echo Victor, descend 4000, clear dial, approach runway 22, report established.
And then 45 lock.
Runway 22 and descend 4000 feet, report established, runway 3 Echo Victor.
There.
Radar, good evening. Eurowings 7 X-ray Tango at flight level 180.
Sheesh, that looks like a mess.
Eurowings 17X Tango Dobrovet, Adria, you're identified.
So, Taz NDB.
Unrestricted.
Climbing flight level 300.
My goodness.
Eurowings 7.
Let's step through this. Sorag, Olivu, Gossett, Tango Victor 301. Taz NDB. 45 lock, ML32, and then missed approach. I have no idea if that's going to work, but we'll have to just see. 160 miles to top of descent though.
320, descend altitude 5000 feet, QNH Beograd 1017, direct to Brenovac, expect radar vectors via Brenovac for ILS 30, right?
Descend 5000, QNH 1017, direct to Brenovac.
Thomas says, are you using a performance calculator? If so, what one, and will it work for the 738? Absolutely. Go to the X-Plane forums of all places, and in fact if you go to Google Just search VAS Airplane Toolbox, VAS Airplane Toolbox, and you can then download it for free.
Roger, cruise destination to Porto 3 Romeo departure runway 30 right, it's 6000 squawk 5232 GM for 7.
Paul Parker, is the RTX4090 worth it? I'm waiting for the 7800X3 DCPU to launch in India to get along with the 4090. So, I think it is just mind-blowingly good. It's incredible. A GPU that allows us to fly in the sim at 4K 60 frames per second. And see this in just the most incredible detail. It shows you how good the sim can be. It's pretty spectacular. And it's regularly blown my mind as to how fantastic it all looks. Brian says, update, the Tobii Eye Tracker 5 now supports curved screens up to 27 inches.
Ready for descent.
Bravo Mike, Unicom 122 decimal 8, bye-bye.
Keep smashing the likes, folks, as well.
Radar, Osprey 48 Tango Golf, request descent, please.
Roger, Osprey 784, direct Pinuk, descent flight level 130.
If I show you guys
direct Pinuk,
Volanta as well.
130, Osprey 784.
There we are, currently over Karlovac, south of Zagreb. We've been given a direct to Taz, so this magenta line that you can see to Etobi, Oslud, Podgorica, that is now a straight line from the little plane up here all the way to pretty much where this plane is here, and then we're going to fly the star. It kind of brings us around in a big loop, descending in for a straight in approach, which is what that aircraft is doing there, Badger, Osprey 9006, who's about to land.
ADM 4700, push and start approved, Belgrade QNH 1017.
QNH 1017, push start approved, ADM 479.
Adriatic Center, Osprey 74, I don't have...
Mitchell, did you hear about the passing of Matt Davies? I'm still in shock, he was a legend. Indeed.
784, just type into your FMGS waypoint Pinuk and you will have it.
Yeah, it was about a month and a bit ago now, wasn't it? Thomas recently bought the 738 coming from the A320 and I'm loving the Boeing, I must say. There's a lot more to do, isn't there? It's a much more rounded, perfect sim aircraft, so it gives us lots to do, keeps us busy. Andrew says, I'm undecided, do I buy the Tobii Eye Tracker or a Boeing TCA pack? I'm currently using the Airbus TCA with a PMDG. Tobii does look good and I can get away with the controls I have at the moment. Well, that's a good question. That's a good question. It's whatever you're going to enjoy the most with your setup. If you're going to buy on Tobii, click the link in the live chat. And then obviously make the most of their 15% off sale at the moment too.
Adria, very good afternoon, Adrian 15 Charlie, level 35, still control bar.
Adrian 15 Charlie, hello, identified Adria Radar. X 147 to climb flight level 360.
360 to next 142.
Eurowings 7X attack on climb flight level 380.
He is busy.
Flight level 380, Eurowings 7X waiting.
Adria radar covers a huge area. Zagreb, sort of Croatia, Split, Dubrovnik, Podgorica. Tivat as well, where we're flying into today. Doc says, I've got a head tracker and it's great for Armour, DCS, Euro Truck Sim, bush flying in MSFS, but I find it's not that useful in tubes overall, yeah. So for me, the Tobii Eye Tracker only really gets used when I'm taxiing on the ground. And that's it really.
Please repeat for 48 Tango Golf.
48 Tango Golf, clear direct to Pinuk, Papa, India, November, Uniform, Kilo.
Roger, direct Pinuk, Papa, India, November, Uniform, Kilo, on spring 48 Tango Golf.
320 after Breno Express, heading and descend 5000 as instructed.
Present heading, descend 5000.
Samuel, no, next week it's Manchester. It's their annual Easter event.
Skydubai 1745, ready for descent.
Skydubai 1745, descent flight level 120, direct to Vista.
Flight level 120, direct to Vista, follow Skydubai 1745.
Croatia 320, left heading 090 degrees.
Okay, so the approach is done. We've planned and sort of briefed for that. The star is input. We're doing the direct to TAS NDB.
6,000 feet, 4,000 feet, clear DLS approach runway 30, report established.
Fuel and everything's good. We've done our minimums, our landing weights, our V speeds, reference speeds, and the arrival Q&A.
Was that for Turkish 190?
Nope, Austrian 489 Tango, Unicom, bye bye.
One today, Austrian 590 Tango.
Turkish 120, you're the next, Unicom, bye bye.
Unicom, select 142, bye bye.
Ryanair to Uniform Delta, navigation to Doniv.
Please say again for Ryanair to Uniform Delta.
Ryanair to Uniform Delta, navigation to Doniv.
Right, yeah, runway 14 is great. We've done it once before in the stream, I think, or twice
4272, clear
before.
direct Pinuk, Papa, India, November, Uniform Kilo.
Ryanair 3 Echo Victor, Runway 22 for UK.
Patrick, nice. You flying offline then?
Osprey 2472, direct Pinuk.
Davi2K saying hi, question. My sim is so stuttery, it's not fun to fly. Can I change this? Yes. What's your spec?
India for 700, taxi calling point, runway 30 right.
First, we need to know what spec you've got for your PC, and then the second question to that would also then follow and be what settings are you running the sim on at the moment? And then hopefully some folks in the live chat can help give you tips on performance. Hi, on a 1660 Super Davitu. I think you need to drop it to a blend of low and medium. I'd try medium. Failing that, I would look at dropping it to, from medium, then tweak a few settings to low. Redmaster we were, but ATC has said runway 32 is in use, so we're flying into runway 32 through the valley.
Left 030.
Left 030, Croatia 320.
Croatia 320, descent 3,200 feet.
3,200 feet, Croatia 320.
Interesting, there's like all these little blocky textures and things at the moment around Adria.
Osprey 1155, radio check.
Osprey 10,
Mitchell, yeah, Manchester, buddy.
Papa, India, November, Uniform Kilo.
Very turbulent valley, Brab says. Looking forward to that, should be quite cool. Davitu, I said medium. Try medium, see if that helps. If not, you will need to tweak a few more settings, maybe to low, but you have to just find what works for you.
Osprey 1155, 5220, roger.
Adria Chanix to my Charlie, flight level 330.
Call you. Osprey 784, Podgorica 135150.
135.150, Osprey 784.
135150.
Ryanair 6 Lima Echo requesting leave cockpit for 5 minutes. Papa India November Oscar Kilo.
Papa India November Uniform Kilo, correct.
Papa India November Uniform Kilo, Osprey 2472.
Sounds like we're being handed off to Podgorica approach.
7 Tango Kilo 135.150, bye bye.
Yeah, we are. Awesome. So we actually have Podgorica approach online who is going to vector us into Tivat by the sounds of it, which would be quite cool. Adam, no worries buddy, have a good one. Yeah, tomorrow I think we said 737-900, didn't we, again?
Osprey 1155 identified.
Into, so out of Hong Kong into
Croatia
Tokyo
320,
Haneda.
turn left 330, 270 degrees, clear dial, approach runway 30 right, report established.
Left 270, will report established at Clyde for ILS 30 right, Croatia 320.
We'll whack it up to Mach 80 for now. Now that we can only just about do that as well. Crazy, right?
Roger, just send me the white text that you're back. That
For 80 knots, till top of descent for 80 miles, we'll run at 80, just to try and squeeze another minute out, shaved off the flight time.
Yes, I did, and you're identified, as I said before.
We've been given a few more minutes anyway, as a bit of a cost
Osprey
saving.
10, clear direct to Pinuk, Papa India, November, uniform kilo.
Cleared Pinok, Papa India, November, uniform kilo, Osprey 180.
Croatia 255 ready.
Affirmative ready, Croatia 255.
255 to split Neves 1 Victor departure, runway 22, climb 6000, squawk 1000.
Clear to destination, split departure, runway 22, departure, Neves 1 Victor, initially climb to 6000 feet, squawk.
So we just added that in.
Croatia 255.
255, read correct.
Matt check, you're on Unicon. It's impossible, there's VATSIM coverage.
RTX4090 request if you can check.
I called you 2 times, Unicom already, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Visual for Echo Uniform, Unicom, bye bye.
Unicom, bye bye, visual for Echo Uniform.
Transavia Uniform, Unicom, bye bye.
22.8 of Havana 1 Unicom.
Where's W2?
Unicom, bye bye.
ILS established 30 right, Croatia 320.
Croatia 320, report outer marker, runway 30 right.
Report after marker, runway 03 right, Croatia 320.
Over 100 likes, thank you to every one of you that's hit the like button today as well. I hope it's great to see so many of you join the stream. On this Easter weekend, Good Friday to be precise. Yeah, Matt check, you're going to be given the
2472, descent flight level 130.
same arrival as us.
2472.
That's Ian, so he's ahead of us. We will be next.
Ryanair 6 Lima Echo, back in cockpit.
Looking good on the outside again.
Adrian 479 identified in a left turn direct to Pola, Tango Papa Lima, climb flight level 200 unrestricted.
200 restricted, left direct to Pola, Adrian 479.
Croatia 320, surface wind 20 degrees 8 knots, runway 30 right, clear to land.
30 right, clear to land, Croatia 320.
Sky Dubai 1745, descend altitude 6000 feet, Belgrade QNH 10.
113, that's in standby because we've Porto to VOR 1130. No, we're not. Porto to VOR. Yeah, 1130. So that's active in nav 1.
Direct to Pinuk, Papa India, November, uniform kilo.
I don't know where that is. It's not in the arrival. Don't understand where that fits into the arrival. It doesn't. What he's actually given us, really, he's actually changed us to the Pinuk 3 Alpha arrival instead.
I know that is not in your flight plan, type it into your FMC and you will be going to Pinuk.
Roger, direct to Pinuk 10, 266.
So I think he's changed the arrival effectively. Peter, happy Easter, welcome.
Osprey 2472, traffic at your 1 o'clock, Airbus A320, NATO factor, flight level 350.
Have traffic inside, Osprey 2472.
Wee. Sounds like a TCAS. More likes, thank you folks.
Roger, radar, Wisgo 923 on final, runway 30.
933 surface wind is calm, runway 30 clear to land after landing, stand up twice.
After landing, stand up
Hey, your
twice,
hotspot's hello to you as well.
933.
Thomas, you're more than welcome, hope you find it useful.
Osprey 1155, close for arrival.
DJA, thank you. Just, I got a DM from them saying, welcome to Tivat, Adria and Podgorica approach waiting.
1155, thank for your clear direct.
Thanks for having us.
Papa India November uniform Kilo.
Adria radar, German cargo 1267 at first climb flight level 330.
1267, climb flight level 330, flight amended.
Climb level 330, German cargo 1267.
Osprey 1155 to repeat please, you turned up for P-Duck on the chart.
Pinnock. Andrew is what we've just done a minute ago, so everyone else can expect the same stuff. So you type it in like we did at the top, Pinnock, and you add it in. It's written. He's sent it to you with our direct message as well. Sorry, the chat on VPilot, Andrew. So have a look at messages. It says Adria Centre BVX1155 Pinnock. So he sort of spells it out for you as well. But that's effectively what he's telling you to go direct to.
Squawk 4524, pass 8855.
.60 phase at 4K. DirectX 12, frame generation on, and TAA. If that helps.
Ryanair 266, what is the transition level for runway 32?
11,000. This is why we brief these things.
266 transition level will be level 110.
There we go.
Thank you, 266.
Matchek says I got directed to Pinnock. Yeah, we all are. We're all. So we've been given the TAS1 Delta arrival, but as we mentioned a few minutes ago, we've been given direct to a waypoint that's not in the star, which is fine. That is something that happens now and again. All we do is we go direct to that. FTAN, I haven't bothered with DLSS. DLSS is rubbish. So we've got TAA instead of DLSS. We've got frame generation and
2835, same for you, Unicom, bye bye.
DirectX 12 enabled.
Unicom, you're
wow, look at that.
thanks, bye bye. Runway 30 right, located via Charlie, request taxi to stand, Croatia 220.
Goodbye, 1745, descent 3200, clear DLS approach runway 30 right, report established, number 1.
Oh, good stuff, Davi2.
Croatia 320, welcome to Beograd.
Glad it's been fixed. Thank you to all of you guys for helping him.
Hotel, taxi stand, Bravo 6.
Ooh, look at that.
Bravo 6 via Alpha Hotel.
The coastline here, by the way, on the coast is just stunning. Split, Dubrovnik, Zadar, a number of different airports, all the way down to Tivat. Really, really nice. Certainly a part of the sim, the world, that is really worth exploring around the Adriatic Sea.
5252, descent flight level 120.
Squawk 5252 will descend flight level 120.
And then you can go further down as well. So once you pass Albania, you could fly into Corfu, and then you're into Greek airspace.
2472, contact Adria Radar 130.50, bye bye.
135 to 4150, spread 2472, thanks for the ATC, have a good day.
Adria Radar Italia 2904, level 300 inbound quarter.
Oh, Davitu, I'm not sure to be honest.
2904, ciao, Adria Radar, set squawk 1000.
Top of descent coming up. So order break 3, all of our config is set for the approach. Right, everything gaming. You're in timeout.
Papa India November uniform Kilo.
You can't say stuff like that. It's incredibly inflammatory. Don't care what your point of view is.
Radar Croatia 255 ready for start and push.
Croatia 255 push and start approved. Zagreb QNH1014 runway 22.
Push and start approved. QNH1014 runway 22 Croatia 255.
Got to find the. Gotta get my charts back
Skydio by
up now.
1745 3200 clear DLS 30 right report established.
3200 clear ILS 30 right will report established. Skydio by 1745.
Serbian Air 2 Foxtrot identified present position, proceed direct to VSOC ILS 30 right and continue flight level, descent flight level 120.
Present position, proceed direct to VSOC, expect ILS runway 30 right and descent flight level 120, Serbian Air 2 Foxtrot.
The split, sorry, Tivat, is, do we kind of look this coastline? It's very difficult to see, to be fair, but we can kind of estimate where it's going to be. There's this little bump, this little like bay in the distance there, followed by an extension of that. You can just make out a little valley. That's Tivat. Rab said, just notice the windsock is buried in the trees in the default scenery. Whoops. Matt's have a good one. Jack, yeah, the controller's really busy. He's controlling multiple airports and all of the airspace above it. Dan's going to go from Corfu to Brindisi by ferry this summer. 8 hours, that's pretty cool.
Descent flight level 130.
Descent flight level 130, Osprey 180.
Radar Gen X 1263 level 370.
So we're going to go descent mode, descent now, execute, vertical speed mode though, because we're being vectored. So instead, we're just going to set the aircraft up ourselves.
Olympic 181 Unicorn 1 to decimal 8, bye-bye.
Itesh, that's not the attitude. That's the best bit. The fact you have to learn the aeroplane. It's not an Airbus, which is close your eyes, press autopilot, engage, and away you go. 3 hours later, you arrive in your destination. This, you have to be proactive. You have to be a pilot in this. You have to manage the systems. You have to control the aircraft. There's a lot more pilot's decision making required. And all this sort of stuff. Chilled Out Gaming, crack on and subscribe, buddy. I'd rather have less toxicity. So, see you later. Doesn't matter what your views are, you should also respect that other people live in Israel and have, politics are politics. Don't give a crap.
Passer 885.
See you later. You can unsubscribe because you're hidden anyway. Honestly, I can't stand people like that. Sets me off. Doesn't matter what your views are. Should appreciate each side of the argument. And also try and understand the situation as well. Try and have a bit of intelligence to understand the situation. Do you know what I mean? It's not difficult.
Uniform 5255.
Thank you.
Honestly, too many people read The Sun or listen to Donald Trump. Okay, anyway. Match check, doesn't matter. Nothing happened. Thomas asking, what does assumed temperature mean in takeoff performance? That's a good question. That is basically like in Airbus, you have flex. And that is, in effect, you reducing the power of the engines so that you use less power for your takeoff, and that way it saves the engine so it lasts longer in real life. So when you hear derated takeoff or assumed takeoff or flex, then kind of that's what it means. Alex, yeah, certainly do. Have a look on the website britishavgeek.com. There's a tutorial section, and PMDG 737 is one of them. Have a little look at those, there's loads of them.
Audio radar Croatia 255 ready for taxi.
Racija 255, zvao sam već, kako se zove, Runway 22 via Hotel and Foxtrot and advise...
Exactly, AJ Fanani. And then at the end of your flight, you feel like you've kind of done something quite remarkable because you've learnt the aircraft. Yeah, Alex, head to my website, have a look at the tutorials that I got for the 737. At the bottom of the page as well, you'll find checklists that I've created for it as well, which you can download for free. All of you can download and use them for free. And those checklists are there to help you learn the aircraft too. You can. Some people have printed them into a book and all sorts.
Roger, we'll keep current altitude then. We'll call you when we're current off.
Jack, we've had it before. You can print them, Alex, yeah. I think, is it MPS Gaming, or a couple of people have turned them into a brochure, like a booklet, which is really cool. But what I would say is, take the checklists, but also make sure you look at
Osprey 180, contact 135.150, bye-bye.
135.150, Osprey 180, thanks for the ATC, good night.
Osprey.
Actually use the tutorial videos and follow them step by step to learn the aircraft. Podgorica radar, good evening Osprey 180, descending flight level 280 for 130, direct Pinnock.
Osprey 120, very good afternoon, Podgorica radar contact, Pinnock 3 Alpha, arrival for you today, localize Yankee approach, runway 32, continue descent to flight level 120.
Pinnock 3 Alpha, arrival lock Yankee, runway 32, just continue descent to flight level 120, Osprey 180. National Park Gear says, how do you find your next level racing seat? I'm tempted. It's really cool. You have to climb in and out of it, which is quite remarkable. Now I think, from memory, if we change the arrival, is this going to trigger a crash to desktop?
Osprey 48 Tango Golf, leave hold now, proceed Tango Alpha Zulu, descent 2,600 feet, cleared localizer 32, report Tango Alpha Zulu.
Direct Tango Alpha Zulu, descent to 2,600 feet, will report Tango Alpha Zulu, Osprey 247, correction,
Lasty.
Osprey 48
So I'm gonna tweak Olivu, Sorag, Taz NDB, invalid delete, of course, silly me, Gossett, Lasty, and then Taz NDB. So we're literally scripting the arrival. There we go, look at that, bingo. We've scripted the entire arrival without having to actually go into the arrivals page and tweak. I think some people have had it in the past, so I tend to, once we change, yeah, I find it's easy to kind of just manually change it and avoid the risk sometimes. Thomas says, I've used your tutorials, they're incredibly helpful, keep up the amazing work, it helps a lot of people. You're more than welcome, it's great to hear. As long, the more people that can enjoy this the hobby and get more immersion, the better. Olivier, welcome to you as well, hello. Dan saying, after I fly the Fenix 2 to 3 consecutive times, I always forget to set something in the PMDG. Worst is the pressurization panel. Always the way. Always the way. How do you configure your trim in the 737 because it isn't working for Olivier? Elevator trim up and down. I've got it on my hat switch on my Turtle Beach Velocity 1 yoke. Yeah, Alex, it's like literally. So I don't have any other seat except for my Boeing flight seat when I'm at my computer.
Osprey 180, proceed direct to last Lasty, descent to 8,000 feet on QNH 1016. Enter standard published hold over Lasty at 8,000.
Proceed direct to Lasty, descend 8,000 feet, QNH 1016, and enter the hold at Lasty, Osprey 180. So, direct, Lasty, in, hold, Lasty, enter, charts, got it. So inbound 038. Right turn. 218 is a southwesterly outbound track. 1 minute leg. Max speed 230. That's fine because it's 224. Execute.
Podgorica approach 4 Charlie Juliet on the ground at Podgorica clearance to Tivat.
We've had a direct 2, so let's head on down. 1016 is set. Shows the wing view, Madrid fan is asking. Oops, my god. That's probably a better one, isn't it? In fact, there's Tivat. There's the runway, and that's the valley. And there's the bay. So into Orbx.
Appreciate the long report. I already know half of those things you told me. Papa Oscar Delta 1 Delta. Arrival continue descent to flight level 120.
Orbx Tivat, releasing tomorrow for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And we are on our way in now, well established in descent.
598, confirm 120.
120. Osprey 598.
And Osprey 4, Tango Golf, passing Tango Alpha Zulu.
Osprey 4, Tango Golf, contact Tivat Tower 118.0, bye.
1180, Osprey 4, Tango Golf.
Or 180 to that tower. That's next. Madrid fan, thank you. How time flies, eh? We'll keep that going, 2,500 feet per minute. Belts on. Aircraft's depressurizing nicely. Airbred, yeah. The circling approach would have been good, the circle down would have been good fun, but at the same time, I would rather have the immersion of ATC. There's an aircraft in the hold, so we're all being stacked effectively, which is pretty cool. Alex, yeah, same aircraft type. There might be a couple of little tweaks, but you'll be able to work it all out. That there is the valley that we're flying into as well, so between these two hills, the dip there, TAS NDB is on the coast. We fly through the valley, 20-degree offset for the approach. The runway is in the centre of your screen there.
Osprey 4272, descent 4,000 feet, direct Tango Alpha Zulu. Osprey 4272, Podgorica.
Is that Osprey 2472?
2472,
So, very high level hold here.
Zulu, descent 2,600 feet, and clear localizer 32.
Descend direct to Tango Alpha Zulu, descend to 2,600 feet, and to clear for the approach to runway 32, Osprey 2472.
That's an epic screenshot. Look at that. So, yeah, speed brakes are still out, Thomas. We had a direct to Lasty with an incredibly steep descent, so we had a lot of work to do. Had to disturb a lot of energy on the wing, and now the aircraft is entering the hold, so we need to monitor that.
9002, Podgorica, identify descent 9,000.
Bringing the speed down to 210 as we enter the hold.
1016.
1016.
Through transition. 1016, standby instruments checked.
9002, clear Pinuk 1 Delta arrival. Join hold over Lasty, hold established.
sorry, could you please repeat that for Osprey 9002?
9002, this question clear Pinuk 3, question Pinuk, clear Pinuk 1 Delta arrival, join hold over Lasty, hold as published.
Okay, so prepared for the Pinuk 1, sorry, 1 Delta, but hold
1, 2, 3,
over
4.
Lasty, Osprey 9002.
Osprey 598, descent, altitude 1.
So the aircraft at the moment is calculating the entry into the hold. No, they're not, Doc. Doc's saying speed brakes are useless when you use vertical speed mode. Incorrect. What it does is it's allowing us to increase our rate of descent that little bit more, whilst maintaining certain speeds.
4 Charlie Juliet.
So because of that, we're able to descend a lot more steeply.
Destination Tirana, departure runway 36.
Go to 1,000 foot per minute, we'll see what happens.
Climb level 190. Walk for you, 5245.
So outbound 219, about there. Now we're established in the hold, so we can report established in the hold.
4 Charlie Juliet, correct.
Osprey 180 established in the hold, Lasty.
180, watch, expect arrival time 15450.
Roger, Osprey 180. So max speed in the hold at 220 knots, so we're doing 215, 210.
598.
Osprey 598, descend to...
And we can just enjoy the hold for a little bit.
Recognize 1016. Osprey 598.
Round we go, back 039. It's so effortless, this aircraft. It's so incredibly well developed.
Papa Oscar Delta 1 Foxtrot arrival. Join hold over Lasty, hold established.
Yeah, Mitchell, the split approach is lovely.
Please, can you repeat that? Aurora approach clear to Papa October Delta 1 Foxtrot arrival. Osprey 598.
Osprey 180, descend 6000.
Descend 6000, Osprey 180.
Osprey 9002, descend altitude.
We'll keep it descending, 1,000 foot per minute, 6,000 feet, we're in the hold.
4 Charlie Juliet is ready to taxi.
4 Charlie Juliet, taxi holding point 36.
Taxi holding point 36 for Charlie Juliet.
And now as we've reduced speed, we can allow the aeroplane to recalculate the hold. Oh, Zato, that is not good. Oof. We'll do 215. Actually, we'll do 220. I seem to have broke the hold. Stand by. Let me get on this. For inbound 218 038. No, you don't. Go back to hold, standby, heading select, legs, making a right pig zero out of this.
Osprey 420.
Overnight decimal 0, Prospect 2472, thanks very much for the ATC. Osprey 9002 entering the hold at last day.
902, Roger, descent 7000 in the hold.
Roger, descending 7000 in the hold, Osprey 9002.
And 9002, expect arrival time 15:55 to do.
Not a problem, thank you very much, Osprey 9002.
Radar Alpine 81 Golf Kilo, descending flight level 130.
I'm going to have to admit that any financial penalties incurred for today's delayed takeoff was probably due to my abuse of the free drinks for first class policy of Osprey Airlines. Sorry, not sorry.
C2 Alpha, thank you, buddy.
Runway 22, Alpine 81 Golf Kilo.
I'm gonna go direct last D. I'm going to do that.
180. Let's hold now. Continue direct Tango Alpha Zulu. Descend 2,600 feet. Report passing Tango Alpha Zulu.
Exit the hold, direct to Tango Alpha Zulu. Just go again for the altitude, please. Osprey 180.
2,600.
2,600, Osprey 180. Round we go. Da 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 da. 113, 1313, that's all good, that's set. Orbx 3, 334, 334. ADFs are good, let's go back to vertical speed, down we go.
Plug reach your radar with 383 with you.
TAS NDB.
383, Orbx Squawk 5227.
Squawk 5227 with 383.
Osprey 9002, descend 6,000.
That's better.
Down to 6,000, Osprey 9002.
Caesar 383 identified. Join hold over last D. Hold as published. Descent flight level.
Bring that speed down to 180 now.
Flight level 130 for with 383.
We'll get rid of the music.
Ready for departure.
Port Charlie Juliet, 180 degrees, 5 knots, 36, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff, 3
Flat 5, 3 stages. See if it takes our nav again. It does, thank goodness for that. They're set to automatic, that's fine. Lights and signs, cabin attendants.
Maybe a little late.
Final warning, speed brake to on.
Maintain 10,000.
Have to press the little button here for space to make us actually be able to see better. Oh wow, look at the reflections of the water.
10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, expected arrival time 1600.
I am at 10,000 feet, Osprey Fahrenheit.
So TAS 2,600 by TAS, we've got less than a few miles. Flap 10. 180. 143. Init ref 66.2. Still 143, that's fine. So we've had that little shortcut which has given us a bit more fuel on board. Yeah, the reflection, look at that. My goodness. And what it looks like on this side of the aeroplane as well. Wow. That's very cool, isn't it?
Osprey 598, descent 8,000.
How's that for a view? My God.
Descent 8,000 feet, Osprey 598.
Tivat, thank you for the tip earlier. Saying that I'd have to admit any financial penalties incurred for delays takeoff probably due to my abuse of the free drinks and first class policy of Osprey Airways. Sorry, not sorry.
9002, hold now.
Love it.
Continue direct Tango Alpha Zulu, descend 2,600 feet.
Direct Tango Alpha Zulu, descend 2,600, Osprey 9002.
Osprey 180, contact tower 118, decimal 0.
Tower 1180, Osprey 180, thanks for the ATC, good night. Tivat Tower, good evening, Osprey 180, 2,600 feet inbound TAS for the Lock Yankee runway 32 approach, QNH 1016.
Osprey 180, Tivat Tower, very good afternoon, winds 240 degrees 6 knots, runway 32, cleared land.
Runway 32 cleared land, Osprey 180. Get down, flap 15. 160. There's the runway. .143. Actually, we're going to bring that down now to 148. Final approach. We're going to be on this really fast. It's a steeper approach as well. Continuing the flap extension to flap 25, and in a moment flap 30 as we pass over the land. Here we go. Look at that. My goodness. Final stage of flaps going in. Keep smashing the like button, folks. Hope you're enjoying this. If you're not already watching it in 2K, why not? You've got a few more seconds as I'm grabbing a few screenshots here. That is just... look at that. Spectacular. And we are ready for the arrival now. Let's get that set back to 6,000. 199 to bug out. If we go missed. Wow, that is bumpy. Auto thrust off, my throttles. Autopilot off. I'm adding a few knots actually, so I'm going to go to 150. Wait, hello. 150, just to assist us here. It's a 20-degree offset approach. And this is one of two Tivat Airport sceneries that will be available from tomorrow in Microsoft Flight Simulator Orbx. Their Indie dev. Is it Rasha Tucakov has created this, releasing tomorrow for Microsoft Flight Simulator, including some of the points of interest that we are flying over as we speak now.
Osprey 180, please arrange landing to vacate Bravo if possible.
Vacate Bravo. I'll try and make it work. Osprey 165, 180.
Your tower, good day. Alpine 43 November Foxtrot, request IFR clearance.
Alpine 43 November Foxtrot, Tivat Tower, good afternoon. Clear to Berlin, November India Kilo 2 Mike, departure initially 10,000
Crosswind of 8 knots.
5214.
Alpine 43 November Foxtrot is cleared Berlin via the November India Kilo 2 Mike departure. Initial climb is
a little bit of sync there.
10,000 feet and squawk is 5214. Alpine 43 November Foxtrot.
Alpine 43 November Foxtrot, is that correct?
Touchdown. Keep that centre line active. Reverse screen. 100 knots. Brakes are good. Reverse screen active. 60. My brakes. There we go.
Osprey 1820, welcome to Tivat. Vacate right Bravo, stand number 1.
Vacate Bravo, stand 1. Thanks for having us, Osprey 180.
You're welcome, and thanks for the cooperation.
Now I've just got to find stand 1, which is probably right ahead of us. Stand by. It is. It's this one right here, in fact. So I need QATL fired back up for the sim. We're going to go strobe steady, back to strobe to steady, landing lights off, runway turn off lights off, taxi lights on, isolation valve open, and yeah, this is our first look of the new Orbx scenery. We're going to have to hold here while we wait for GS6, which should now be ready.
Good evening. Continue approach.
Gate 1.
Position is too small.
Continue approach. Osprey 90.
It'll be fine. There's our touchdown. Right on the touchdown zone, actually. Bang on the touchdown zone. Just ever so slightly offset. We've got a marshaller on site and the APU is now available. So the taxi lights are off. APU lights can be fired up. Can't really see the marshaller from here. Let's see. Let's get rid of that control visualizer. And we're going to go max rate turn on the nose wheel. Little bit of power from the left engine, actually. There's the spot. There's the marshaller.
002, wind 240 degrees, 5 knots, runway 32, clear to land.
Ground equipment has already got into position.
Clear to land, Osprey 9002.
And Osprey 9002, please arrange to vacate via Bravo if possible.
Roger. Vacate via Bravo if possible, Osprey 9002, shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you.
Oh. That's as good as we're going to get it. What else have we got? So APU's good. We need to pop the APU bleed on. And engine's off. No other sector, James, unfortunately. Parked a bit askew. Entirely blaming you. Okay, so that's all good. Ground equipment, FS actions, ground services, chocks. Click that to stairs. Anti-collision lights off. And then we can head to New Sky. What do you reckon? Window capture.
Tivat Tower, Osprey 2472 is at the gate.
Close.
And I'll log off so that you can
9.25, there you go. So we had a 9-minute delay which took a number of points off us. 810 fine. And then a slight decrease of score there as well because of the off-centre line takeoff. That wind kind of pushed us a little bit off centre line. But we got a profit of $19,000 for the airline, even with a delay. Only 810, so the delay's not that much of a kick.
Good evening.
Pretty good, right?
Mike departure. Initially 1010,000.
Deboarding.
Squawk 5274.
Good day.
There we are.
Destination is filed via November India Kilo 2 Mike, departure initially 10,000 feet, squawk 5274.
Ground handling by Wiz. So if this has a custom GSX profile with it, it would be even more incredible. Hey, we've got an Osprey waiting to depart. Lovely scenery here. Rab, welcome back. The passengers are always happy, James.
Tower Amber 1, can I have a local QNH please? There is no ATC information at the moment.
Amber 81, of course.
Let's see. Still waiting for the bus.
Metro report at 1530 Zulu, wind 240 degrees 5 knots.
There's MPS Gaming, he's down.
Or more, temperature 1.
Oh, look at that, we've got heat blur.
1 QNH 1016.
No way.
Thank you so much for this information, Amber 81.
That looks a bit weird, doesn't it? A bit trippy. That's FSLTL's Osprey Airways model.
Osprey 9002, welcome to Tivat, vacate right Bravo, stand number 2.
Oh, that could be an epic picture.
Osprey 9002, welcome to Tivat, stand number 2.
Sorry, apologies, hit the wrong button. Osprey 9002, taxiing to stand number 2. Thank you very much for ATC.
No worries, you're welcome.
Okay, that's good, Zato. Ian, that's strange. Which aircraft in particular, and also when you're selecting, are you using something like SPADs to kind of fiddle with these, or are you using something else? There go the punters, happy as ever. Let's have a little look while this is all happening, whilst other people are being vectored in. Let's head up into the sky. Drone cam 737-900. How are you turning your landing lights on and off, Ian, then out of curiosity? Are you using a keybind or are you using the actual switches? Axis and OH for the Stream Deck. Oh yeah, I wouldn't even, I'm not sure. I wouldn't know where to start with that. I don't think it would pick it up. So included in the scenery from Orbx, you've got this beautiful port actually in the background, all the way across to the other side of the bay, in fact, where you've got a number of ships and things docked up over there, cargo container ships and things. So that circling approach, for example, spectacular. The bay is just, I mean, look how fantastic this looks. It looks really nice. So you've got all of that working down the bay. Got little ships and boats dotted around, and then you've got this kind of dockyard as well here. Little fuel farm, and what looks to potentially be a little bar area, which is quite neat. And a petrol station. How's that? We could even do like one of those cinematic things, can't we? Look, we have a slow camera sort of thing there. That's cool. The Osprey's disappeared there. Maybe we watch the next arrival from this camera view here. Ah, Andrew, it's fine, buddy. No worries at all. These things happen. We appreciate that. The controllers appreciate it as well, that sometimes technical problems just get in the way. Things break. Matt's mentioning about GSX paint kits. Interesting. We are currently working at trying to create an Osprey Airways GSX.
Please have my luggage delivered there.
Profile. C2F, thank you, buddy. You know what? We will get that arranged. Dabby2K saying, is there a difference in DirectX 12 or DirectX 11? Quite a big difference, yes. However, you've got to work out whether or not your system can take it or not. So for most people, you're going to be running on DirectX 11. Unless you've got something like this, the RTX4090, then DirectX 12 is perfect.
Osprey 598 Tivat Tower, good evening.
What else have we got?
240 degrees 5 knots, runway 32, clear to land.
A couple of little custom buildings over there. Little mills, I think. It looks like a mill, big factory. Same with on approach up there in the distance, another little like mill of some kind.
Passenger's bus is coming.
Here we go. Let's see if we can spot. I sounded like there's an MPS coming in. James, yeah, it does have a cargo branch. Yeah, Osprey World Cargo. Davitu, then you've got to turn your settings down again. Try low, see if that helps. Try just using the low preset for your system. And DirectX 11 as well, instead of 12. Flap 30 with max auto brakes, Matrix says. Whoosh. Ashton, sadly no, not yet. However, when this 777 does arrive to MSFS from PMDG, hopefully it comes with a cargo variant. We'll be very keen to get one painted.
Passengers deboarding starting.
I'm so excited for that demo. It's going to be so cool. Davitu, thank you, buddy. It's a very expensive setup, though. The new computer itself is an absolute powerhouse of all the latest tech. GPU, CPU, RAM, the lot. 1200 watt power supply. Cooling systems. A massive, massive upgrade from my previous setup actually as well. Night and day difference. But it means that here I can run. So let's have a look at my performance now. We're capped at 62 frames per second. And my GPU has only got 40% utilization at the moment. 42% RAM. VRAM 77%. It's a 24 gigabyte RTX 4090. Graham, good effort. To look out for the airline, well, the aircraft that's on final, but I can't see them. They've got to be there somewhere. They were clear to land. And one would have expected that to be pretty instant. Lucas, everything's set to maximum. Basically, that's the simplest way. Object level of detail set to 200 and terrain level of detail set to 200 as well. DirectX 12, frame generation on. Here we go. Got him. Look at that offset approach. that's a really good way of showing you. So there's the center line. Here we go. That's the center line. This is what we've just done. We make it look super easy when we're in the flight deck looking down on the runway, but this makes it look very angled.
To that, with free review established on the localizer runway 32.
Was there 3833 tower?
Remember, 8 knot crosswind.
Number 2.
So for those of you flying in, you've got to make that turn ever so slightly earlier than you probably would think you do, because otherwise you get drift and you get pushed away from the runway. Oh, elk. Very good point. Alex, we've got a cargo livery for the 748. All you've got to do is check the website, you will see that. Osprey World Cargo. If you use the Salty Sim, the Salty mod for it, then you need to download an extra pack for it.
Stand number 7.
I've unignored that aircraft now as well, by the way. There's someone else flying in fact.
Osprey Fahrenheit, vacated runway.
Let's go this way. Between the arrivals. Let's have a look at the terminal.
3823, wind 240 degrees, 5 knots, runway 32.
So what have we got?
Clear to land, runway 32.
Davito, currently no, sadly not. That looks really nice. Look at that. Oh wow. Optimus Cafe Bar. The Rosses.
81, startup is approved runway 14, QNH 1016.
And there's even, oh my god, sorry about that, there's even an interior. This is very swish. Through security. The glass textures are a bit weird. I mean, we can read that nicely. No, I don't.
Tivat Tower, Alpine 81 Golf Kilo, direct Tango Alpha Zulu.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, look at that.
Alpine 81 Golf Kilo, Tivat Tower, good afternoon, Santiago.
Oh, I found the bar.
Number 281 Golf Kilo.
I always find it weird when developers just put a picture of food in. I suppose, yeah, you're not going to go and explore too much. But then if you're putting this amount of detail into the terminal, put some fake bottles in there, do you know what I mean? Sounds like a go around. We've got one over there going around.
Oh, rip, this there, is streaming.
Contrails up there as well, wow. And I'm looking out for the other aeroplane that's coming in. This is a stunning airport though, look at that, for a an overlook of the whole aircraft, or the whole airport. There goes the GSX coach through everything. Oh dear. Cool, look at that. I mean, actually quite impressive. On a balance with Pyre Devco's scenery, this offers a little bit more. Nice little interior for the control tower as well.
Was there 383, welcome to Tivat. The emergency services are rolling, but you can taxi to stand up of your choice.
Huh? I can't. Oh.
Tivat Tower, thank you for service, stand at parking 7.
The special amphibious variant A320neo. Probably desperately trying to get back on the runway before he...
Golf Kilo, report breaking off to the left for 14.
If he was absolutely skirting across as fast as he could to get back on the tarmac before we panned around. Payware, yes, from Orbx. It releases tomorrow. So funny. Let's have a look. I thought I heard an aeroplane. Let's go back towards the terminal, shall we? And have a little look.
I believe that was Osprey 598 calling. You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too.
Fire station.
Tivat, it's Osprey 9002. I'm going to drop off now and give you some space here on the ground. Thank you very much for your service.
Yeah, I mean that looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Look at that for an outlook.
Coming. Have a great rest of your day, and we hope to see you again. Bye.
Never been here in real life. That would be quite cool. There's the windsock showing the crosswind straight across the runway. And we can skirt along the airfield perimeter road through the adverts. We'll go to the other side of the runway to kind of have a look at the next arrival. Probably watch another one or two before we've got to go. Got to set up tomorrow's stream as well, of course. We'll be flying Osprey Airways again. Out of Hong Kong to Tokyo Haneda for a big VATSIM event.
A1 Golf Kilo breaking off runway 32.
Cameron saying, is it good on frames? So for me, with my aircraft, with my setup, bearing in mind it is incredibly powerful, to be fair. That is, yeah, it's running very nicely in 4K at 60 frames per second, locked.
The backtrack approved after landing vacate Bravo 1 Golf Kilo.
Backtrack approved. He's doing the circling approach.
Alpine 43 November Foxtrot request startup.
He is, he's doing it. Yeah, you know what? That means we've got to zip across.
November Foxtrot startup is approved runway 14 QNH 1016.
Oh, look at that trench. I love the little details here.
1016 and runway 14 Alpine 43 November Foxtrot.
Right, so we're racing him. He's doing the circling approach, which I kind of wish I'd requested now. Woohoo! So this is quite a tough approach, but it's a wonderful approach to do. I have to do quite a bit of multitasking here. We'll go for 20. So that means we can spin the camera quicker. Touchdown zone. Awesome, Ian. Yeah, hopefully that helps solve it. That's the aiming point we've just gone past. There's the Pappies. Might as well watch this from the bar, right? Or from that perimeter fence where those folks are. Look at that. Look at the water. My God.
Tower, Amber 81, we are ready for taxi for runway 14.
Amber 81, taxi holding point Alpha runway 14.
Hello, Practically Geek. Welcome. Hope you're well. Happy Easter to you. Lots of people enjoying that cinematic video you did the other day, so thank you very much. Wonderful bit of work. Asking how is this compared to Pyrex? Was it Pyrex who did Tivat? Yes, it was. So that was one of their first sceneries for MSFS.
Tivat, MDB for the localizer 32.
Here he comes, and it's really, really good. This Orbx scenery is actually pretty cool. In fact, I do think this is a bit better than the Pyrex one, sadly. I mean, I love Pyrex as a developer, but This has got a few other little things that just seem quite polished and really quite nice. I'd probably need to just refresh myself though with the Pyrig Devco scenery. Here he comes. So, same crosswind.
Foxtrot ready for taxi, runway 14.
Runway 43, November Foxtrot, taxi, holding point Alpha, runway 14.
Holding point Alpha, runway 14, Alpine 43, November Foxtrot.
So that wind, as we're turning final, that wind is pushing you towards the land, which is what you don't want. They changed the runway. Oh. Exciting. Here he comes, crabbing towards the camera but flying towards the right. Here we go. Contrails above, look at that. Great touchdown. Which means someone else might be inbound imminently. That was a great view, wasn't it? EasyJet going to depart by the looks of it as well. I think this one does just pip Pyrig Devco Tivat.
Alpine 81 Golf Kilo, we're doing our best to vacate quickly and backtrack.
Alpine 81 Golf Kilo, thank you. Vacate Bravo.
Vacate Bravo 81 Golf Kilo.
Let's see, just try and work out who else is coming in. Chanex 2 Mike Charlie is next in. Probably watch one more and then I've got to head off because there are things I need to do this evening in the garden to catch up with things and set the stream up for tomorrow. While I've got chance actually, going to head into our little members lounge area inside Discord, see if we've actually set up the routing.
Chanex to Mike Charlie, wind 240 degrees 4 knots, expect late landing clearance.
There we are. So VAT Japan and VATSIM Southeast Asia, VATSIM Hong Kong. It's the two-way city link, Hong Kong to Haneda. 8th of April tomorrow between 1200 and 1600 Z.
Confirm ready for departure in 1 minute.
And that's what we're flying tomorrow.
I am ready.
737-900 once more.
Number 1 affirm after the next arriving aircraft is your turn.
Roger, we are ready, let us know. Number 81.
Can't see the other aeroplane. See an aircraft up there, but they're not flying into Tivat from there. There they are. You just see in the distance there.
Chanex 2 Mike Charlie, runway 32, clear to land.
Oh, 3-2.
Please land, Chanex 2 Mike Charlie.
Alpine 81 Golf Kilo, vacate the runway 14.
Alpine 81 Golf Kilo, thank you for first operation, stand number 2.
Oh my god. They've taken 3-2. Right, so back to the advert road. There we go. Style it out. Oh wow, look at that. They've even done the little town. That's pretty cool.
Sorry, A1 Golf Kilo, can we get stand 3 so I can get that nice walk-in ramp?
Of course, stand 3.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Here he goes. So we've quickly moved the car, we've parked it to the other side of the fence. There's the approach lights. That crosswind is pushing him towards us all the time, so he's got to turn and crab ever so slightly, get that angle of, that rate of turn, the angle of bank just right. Real as it gets. Always landing long.
Next to Micah
Down.
Charlie, vacate Bravo stand number 2 and backtrack approved if needed.
He's down. Good job. While we're here, let's have a look at this side.
We can get off for Bravo. Too much, Charlie.
We can zip along here. We've got to see the airport at night as well.
Stand number 2.
I love how they've done the road.
Number 2. Too much, Charlie.
They've done the roundabout, which is really nice, as well as all of these kind of businesses too.
Number 81, wind 240 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 14, cleared for takeoff, Amber 81.
Even this sort of mill factory here, the grain factory or something, whatever that is, looks to be a mill of some kind added in. Looks really remarkable. That amber jet is departing now. Followed by the EasyJet, so we're going to kind of switch places with it. %, yeah, practically geek. Most likely, most definitely, in fact. Living the dream. Graham's just bought the Hong Kong on Orbx on sale at the moment. Have a great day, Graham. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's lovely scenery, isn't it, VATSIM? It does.
266, hello. It's coordinated for the localizer runway 32 approach. Is that
Breeze up.
Right inbound,
Peter, well done. Well done. I was looking at the flight there, taking off, thinking, well done, nice takeoff. Oh dear. Peter, thanks for subscribing. Welcome on board. That's it. Watch the ditch. Whoa. Oh dear. Terrible humour.
Number 81, contact Forget radar 135.15. Bye bye.
13515, thank you, Amber 1.
What is that? Oh, this is rare. Epic. Should we see what this looks like at night time? That's as good as the night textures get. Thing is, it's a daylight. A lot of these approaches and things are daylight only. Look at that.
Runner 266, wind 240 degrees 4 knots, runway 32, clear to land, arrange to vacate by Bravo.
We got time to watch a Ryanair smash it into the tarmac and create a crater, I think. Runway textures are lovely, look at that. That's very cool.
And runner 266 if possible, vacate by Bravo.
Roger, we'll forget possible if bad. We'll forget about Bravo if possible, right? 266.
Here we are. We'll watch our last one in.
Expect departure after next arrival.
Roger, Alpine 43 November Foxtrot.
Lots of options for tomorrow for those of you who might be flying along as well. So Hong Kong to Tokyo, Matt's did a bit of a deep dive into the flights operating it, so and dock as well. So Cathay, all Nippon Airways, Japan Airlines. They all fly the 787-900 on the routes apparently, which we don't have in MSFS of course. Hong Kong Express fly an A321. You could probably get away with an A320 there potentially. The airtime is 3 hours 30. With some insane tailwind if you're lucky as well, hopefully for that. Actually really hoping for that, to be fair. So lots of options. Have a good one, Jack. Ian, have a good night as well. Thanks for flying, buddy. Andrew, ATC keeps making a circle. I guess this is punishment for wrecking everyone's day at Manchester. Not at all, no. Everybody's in the hold. As we had earlier on, we're all in the hold flying. We all had to fly and enter the hold at Tivat for spacing. So every one of us has had to enter the hold actually today into Tivat, but that's all normal, it's fine. Great way to practice holds too. Yeah, VATSIM is virtual, I think. Amber Air Aviation Passion Simulator, welcome. Thanks for tuning in, I hope you're okay. There's the lights in the middle, so we should be, there he is. Here comes the Ryanair. Where's that screaming noise sound effect that I played earlier? Look at the wavy runway as well, it's like Bristol, so it kind of bumps up and down. It looks a little high actually. Yeah, FPS game is great at EGCC. Yeah, we were getting about 45, 50, yeah, on average 50 frames per second into Manchester earlier on. Here it's loving it. It's loving Tivat actually. It's 60 frames per second capped at 62 frames per second in 4K. Here he comes. Ooh, little bit of sink.
Tower low, East Rear 180.
He's down. Great touchdown. We just check the livery of this, make sure it's not something else like TUI. No, it says Ryanair. Good work.
Ryanair 266, welcome to Tivat to vacate.
So here we go.
Number 4.
Releasing tomorrow for Microsoft
Yeah,
Flight Simulator,
Ryanair 266.
the new Orbx Tivat Airport for MSFS. It's going to be on the Orbx Direct website. The product link should be in the live stream description for today as well, for you to take a little look at that when it does release for tomorrow. Beautiful airport in a really remarkable location in the world as well. Circling approach, which one of you guys have been able to do today. Very, very tricky indeed, but I hope you guys have enjoyed today's live stream. Thank you very much to Peter and all of our other new subscribers as well. Bob, Francois, Infinite Flightman, Gear, Stroxon, and everyone else. Seat to Alpha.
180.
My god. I think my ears are bleeding. Seat to Alpha as well for your tip, as really appreciate the support there as well with those 2 tips, and everybody who has hit the like button too. Cheers for flying along, folks. Join us tomorrow, as we mentioned a minute ago, Hong Kong to Tokyo Haneda. Tokyo, of course, being one of my most favourite places in the world. Looking forward to flying back into there. And if you're flying out of Tivat tomorrow or into Tivat tomorrow with the new scenery, do let us know how you get on and what your thoughts are. If you've not done so already, hit subscribe, hit like, and I will see you tomorrow. In the meantime, as always, thanks for watching, thanks for flying along, and enjoy the rest of the day. Take care. See you soon.
Thank you very much for flying. May take you that as well. And with second,